shocking neoliberalism.
Party had happy affiliate anniversary.
You know, chat, I've discovered something today. Something about myself. I've discovered something important. Something groundbreaking. You know, I've discovered, chat, light mayonnaise is shit. Light mayonnaise is awful. Why? Why is it? Why can we not have healthy food that tastes good? What's going on? Why is it whenever you have, like, the version of the food that's supposed to be, like, healthy, like, because not only is the flavour worse, not only does it taste worse, the light mayonnaise, do you go get any of, like, the actual flavour that you want out of a mayonnaise? The consistency is so strange. Like the kind of like the silky, oily goodness you get out of regular mayonnaise, and it's like more like paste in terms of its texture. Honestly, I had tuna mayo. I made tuna mayo like baguette today for lunch, and I wish I hadn't, because the light mayonnaise that ruined my tuna. I'm so upset about how bad the light. I've got a whole bottle of this light mayonnaise now. What am I going to do with it? I'm not going to eat it, am I? Light mayo doesn't actually contain egg, apparently, if you look at the ingredients. That might be the trick then. If it's the fact that there's no egg in it, that would make sense, wouldn't it? So fair enough. But you know, like, lunch ruined. Lunch absolutely ruined. Things like reduced fat hummus isn't bad. I like reduced fat hummus. It's not too bad. I do hate reduced sugar foods though. Not because I necessarily like. That's also true. The thing is with it's like reduced sugar, for example, in like fizzy drinks, I only ever have like the full sugar version, like this Mountain Dew you saw me drinking yesterday, like a true streamer, a true gamer with my Mountain Dew. But I like the kind of the syrupy texture you get out of full sugar soft drinks. Whereas in the diet versions, not only do you not get that kind of syrupy texture, which I really like out of a fizzy drink, you get all of the awful aftertaste of aspartame and sucralose, all those kind of sweeteners that have this really kind of awful aftertaste in your mouth. Like, the kind of people who like chug can after can of Diet Coke, I do not know how they do it. I do not know how they do it. Don't forget, fats and oils are the vehicles through which flavour flows. Well, that's probably why the flavour was so bad. No, and if I've got a hangover, I want to have the energy. I want to have the sugar intake. I need the energy. So it's gonna have to be. I mean, back obviously I don't drink anymore, but when I was drinking, like, if I was hungover, it had to be like proper, like, real Coke. That Pepsi Max and Diet Pepsi just taste the same to me. In the same way that Coke Zero and Diet Coke taste the same to me. True, lesbian. The woke left has ruined mayonnaise by removing eggs because they hate biological sex. It's true. We can't have real mayonnaise anymore because of woke. Because of woke. And the wokes are taking away our mayo. I forgot. We did our shopping like a lot before I went away. I forgot that we'd picked up light mayonnaise rather than real mayonnaise. I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. You're right, CB Bit. Welcome from Germany. Hope you're doing well. You can't get any more because of yolk. Love it. The egg woke. Where's the egg woke quote from? Delicious egg. See, the wokes have cancelled Artemi Burak by taking away his delicious eggs. And Daniel Dankowski. Who do I live with? I live with my brother. San Pellegrino limonata, real sugar and not fructose corn syrup. Like, I do love San Pellegrino, all of the flavours. Like, doesn't matter which flavour of San Pellegrino it is, I like all of them. But it is basically Tory Fanta. Like, let's be real. Like, San Pellegrino is just like the grapefruit one is Tory Lilt, the orange one is Tory Fanta, the lemon one is like Tory lemonade. Like, it's just a Tory version of all of the other soft drinks. But it is really good. You're flying off on 4th of July, but you've ordered a postal vote. Good, good. Am I going to Arctangent this year? I mean, if I can afford it, if I can afford to go to Arctangent, I mean, I've not even looked at the lineup yet. But if I have spare time and if I have enough money, I'll go to Arctangent. Yeah, so you know, maybe I can spend my magic winnings on an Arctangent ticket. Are we ready for Luke Akehurst MP? Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god! I don't think that's in good taste, Baz. But yeah, like, it's crazy how suddenly a bunch of right-wing Labour MPs are stepping down so that the NEC has no choice but to impose a bunch of candidates from the Labour to win slate, so that a bunch of people become members of Parliament. Like, Owen Jones tweeted about this today. Let me find the tweet, 'cause it's very obvious what's being talked about here. So, one Labour official says there's a huge amount of talent amongst prospective parliamentary candidates and claims the talent pool in the current PLP is shocking because it's so small. You get complaints that some shadow ministers are too left-wing. They mean Ed Miliband. Frankly, they're not quite where the party is. And I think that one of the Liverpudlian SCG MPs is technically on the front bench as well. Paula Barker, I think. So in this framing here, obviously, Owen Jones specifically picks apart the fact that they're getting rid of shadow ministers who are considered too left-wing. My favourite piece of verbiage here is the huge amount of talent among prospective parliamentary candidates. So by huge amount of talent, chat, what they mean is connections with the lobbying industry. The huge amount of talent means I have numbers with which we can call PricewaterhouseCoopers to get people seconded to offices for free, for definitely no return on investment. Oh, look, Akehurst is just one of the people on the Labour right. Let's be not source. Michael Crick put it very aptly. One has to ask how Labour will handle peerages and government appointments if this is how the party's national executive operates before they've even won power. The Labour NEC and the right-wing faction in particular seem to be behaving like a bunch of schoolboys who've broken into the tuck shop and are gleefully now gorging themselves sick. Absolutely, Michael, I couldn't agree more. This is absolutely true. And you, again, very much right to be sceptical about how they'll handle things like peerages. Again, the Labour government doing peerages, I thought they were abolishing the House of Lords, no justice. Well, unfortunately, that was old Keir Starmer. New Keir Starmer is drunk on power and wants to be able to stuff as many parts of our halls of democracy with members of his Politburo as possible. As many of his little kind of apparatchiks in the halls of power. We've already got Baron Hazarika, client journalist extraordinaire. And we're going to have MP Paul Moore, Jarinder Singh Gosan is going to be there. Josh Simons, the head of Labour Together, he's penciled in for a seat, apparently, according to Michael Crick. It's crazy. Like, we're just having a rerun of, like, the Cash for Honour scandal. Like, it's just a complete rerun of people with all of the right connections being put into place in high office so the people they have connections with have access to power. It's so monumentally and blatantly and transparently corrupt. But, you know, this is what we were all told that the Corbynites would have done when they were in charge of the party. Did it happen? No, of course it fucking didn't. Did it fuck? There was no actual attempt at all from the Corbynites to do the same kind of internal machinations as the Labour right have to completely rig what should be a democratic process to make it entirely within their whims. They won one election based upon lies and now use it entirely as a carte blanche to be able to purge anybody they seem as being literally to the left of Gerhard Schroeder. That is like the yardstick I'm going to use the entirety of the time. Gerhard Schroeder is like the yardstick is like somebody who can't be no more left wing than that. Honestly, like, it's just the analogy of them being like schoolboys who've broken into a school tuck shop and gorging themselves sick it's so true, and it's so transparently being done in service of the installment of apparatchiks. Schroeder might have been more left-wing than these lot. Unironically, Schroeder would have been more left-wing than these lot. He was certainly more socially left-wing and didn't want to fucking starve children. Like, come on. This is the point they're at with this stupid party. Yeah, Paula Barker was a big union activist. She's a proper socialist. If they saw what she was saying before she stood for an MP, she'd have been kicked out by now, I reckon. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I'm glad that she's still got a position of power, but most people like her on the SCG have been laying low to try and avoid the inevitable purge. And again, this is literally, as you say, so this is literally the adults back in the room. The adults are back in the room right now. That's what this is. This is what this looks like. And the thing is, people would say, oh, hello, Stu, by the way. Ciao, indeed. People will say, right, oh, we wanted adults in the room because we wanted normal party politics. That's not what they mean. By installing the adults in the room, what the Liberals meant was they wanted lefts to get purged. That's what they meant. They didn't mean normal politics, which was transparent and honest, but was more equipped for public office or whatever in their own mind. No, they wanted the left purge, and so they got it. There was always a cover-up for getting rid of people who might momentarily inconvenience them financially to make sure that children got fed. That's all these people cared about when they talked about the adults in the room. That and fucking Brexit. That's all these people fucking cared about. But yeah, it's true, it's not an issue. It's just not an issue, though. Every accusation a confession. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, Corbyn was clearly too nice. He should have fucking taken these people and forced them out into the fucking wilderness where they belong. Thank you for the 10 gifted, Baz. I appreciate you. Thanks for supporting the stream today.
Neoliberalism.
Fucking neoliberalism. And again, if Boris Johnson was doing this, if Boris Johnson was doing the kind of corrupt shit that the Starmer Politburo were doing, if Boris Johnson was doing the same kind of corrupt shit, do you think the Liberals would be letting them off the hook in the same way? Yeah, of course they fucking wouldn't be. Of course they wouldn't be. Of course they wouldn't be. Not a chance in hell. Not a chance. Purge? No. Kira's just changed the Labour Party to serve working people. literally. And again, because all of those same Liberals who are comfortably middle class, who wanted the left to get purged and thought that's what adults in the room look like, genuinely think themselves as being the working people that Keir Starmer is angling towards. And yeah, they're right. They are the working people that Keir Starmer is angling towards, because he doesn't want to win over poor people. They all vote Labour already. He wants to win over middle class people and old people, because those are the swing constituencies. And he's lying to them and pandering to them as if those... Actually, you are more hard done by than you think, because your mortgage has gone up. I know your children go to private school, but we'll tax that a little bit more so it's a bit fairer now. That's it. We'll tinker around the edges, but fundamentally nothing will change. Yeah, literally Democrats' level of delusional. Reeves boasting that the Labour Party is now the party of business. Well, you say that. Speaking of which, Vicky, there is indeed a speech being given by Rachel Reeves we're going to watch today, so might as well get that over with. Oh. Don't worry, we're not going to watch all 56 minutes of this. We're not going to be watching chat. Don't worry. We're not going to bore you with the lady turf bangs for far too long. But we do need to get through a bunch of this stuff. Oh, it's not even an hour long. It's only going to be... Oh, only 40 minutes long. Only 35 minutes long. So it shouldn't be too torturous. I'll put it on 1.25 times speed for you as well. How many Labour ministers won't be at the Spectator Garden Party? Well, that's it, right? That's it. The Spectator Garden Party is just like, that's the line that you cross where you become like the fucking enemy.
Female Chancellor of the Exchequer. Please welcome Rachel Reeves.
More female-led democide of the poor. Adult human female austerity. Yes, I've got that queued up. Don't worry, Scribby. Don't worry. We're definitely going to be on that. Right, Satnav, how you do?
Good morning. In 5 weeks' time, the British people will go to the polls to make a profound choice about the future of our country. And where better to think about that future than here at Rolls-Royce in Derby. Away from the short-termism of politics, the pessimism of our present moment, here you have the very model of a great British business. A global brand synonymous with excellence that continues to this day to pioneer in new technologies critical to the challenges of a changing world. From submarine technologies crucial to defence, to the development of carbon-neutral aviation at the frontier of the climate transition. And a business partnering with homegrown small and medium enterprises throughout its supply chains, which has nurtured deep roots in this city going back more than a century. A business built on the foundations of a past in which we can take pride, with a vision of the future that we can invest our hope in. As Shadow Chancellor, one of the great privileges of this role has been to travel all around the country and meet entrepreneurs, innovators and business leaders all across the UK. In the most challenging of economic times, they give me immense optimism. Today, I want to put forward a simple proposition. That this changed Labour Party is today the natural party of British business.
The thing is, right, is that she's 100% correct. It is the natural party of British business now. They are very, very happy to say that in the labour and capital divide, they have chosen capital very, very specifically. They're not going to hinder business. In fact, they're going to throw money at businesses. They're going to de-risk capital through public investment, which I'm not necessarily against, because it's going to be at least the government's going to be like a stakeholder in the business, I guess. And going to help kind of somewhat direct maybe, but they won't even be majority shareholders anyway. And they're also happy to let private finance initiatives into our infrastructure sector as well. You know, Tony Blair redux, you know, this time it's personal because we're getting rid of the left. In the same way that they happily abandon the workers' promises that they put in the New Deal for working people because it might be too challenging for businesses. It might be too much red tape. It might stop economic growth, even though there's no actual data to tell you that better workers' rights is worse for economic growth, for example. So again, like, they are the natural party of businesses. It's true. It is a changed Labour Party. It is true.
Neoliberalism.
It is no longer the party of Labour, it is the party of capital. I'm glad that they are happy to admit it. I just wish that literally every single rube in our media and commentary industry properly scrutinised
I'm literally a communist.
the policies and the statements and the rhetoric that's being employed here. Because, yeah, no, again, 'cause you can't be both the party of business and the party of workers. That's not a thing that you can be. This is a fundamental divide under capitalism, in that the employer wants to pay the employee as little as possible to maximise profits, and the employee wants to be paid by the employer as much as possible to maximise their wages. This is a direct conflict of interest that can only be mediated. It cannot be solved. Unless, of course, you feel like both of them were working in synergy for a larger national goal, which is what corporatism is. I wonder who that might be the ideology
I'm
of.
literally a communist.
Welcome in, folks.
And I want to set out the central economic fault line in this election, the choice before the British people on the 4th of July. 5 more years of chaos with a Conservative Party leaving working people worse off, or stability with a changed Labour Party. I can tell you exactly what Rishi Sunak wants you to think on polling day. He's already saying it. That the plan is working, don't change course now. That the chaos and instability wrought by Liz Truss was just a blip. That the deep problems that we face are down to global events. They're not his fault at all. Don't judge 14 years on 49 days, he will say.
I think it's possible to exist in and around the contradiction itself. I mean, that's 100% true. Like, it is absolutely true that you can mediate the contradiction, right? And that's what social democratic governments are supposed to do. They are supposed to mediate around that divide between capital and labour, on the side of workers, of course, but in the national interest broadly as well, to ensure that there is a state factor ensuring that the workers receive as much of the proceeds as possible within the economy under a capitalist framework. That is the role of social democratic governance. Now, later on in this interview, she is going to specifically say, I am not a socialist, I am a social democrat. Because earlier on today, Keir Starmer claimed himself to be a socialist. And she gets asked, are you also a socialist? She says, no, I'm a social democrat. But the answer that she gives is, I believe that as a social democrat, everybody should have access to the same opportunity. That everyone should have the same start in life. And I'm like, that's not social democracy. That is fundamentally a liberal philosophy. The idea that we create equality of opportunity, which is a thing that I agree with. I do agree with having equality of opportunity. I do agree that working on things like class mobility, which is what she's talking about, the same start in life so that they can have the opportunity to succeed, is something that I think is a fine dynamic to want to work towards. But it can't be the whole problem, right? Just to say, well, if we give everybody access to the same potential heights of achievement, which have been blocked off under like a neoliberal framework because the assets have been swallowed by the super rich. Access to those assets, access to being middle class, access to being upper class, access to being a business owner, for example, those opportunities can be afforded to you under a liberal framework, a social liberal framework of ensuring that we have like a flat level to which the people get access to the things that they need to be able to get that level of success, which is fine. I'm not disparaging the idea that social liberal class mobility politics is somehow a bad thing. I don't think it's bad at all. I think it's fine. The problem is, of course, is under a social democratic framework, this cannot be the whole picture. This cannot be the whole picture. There has to be a way in which that we take the broader scale of the total product of our society and our economy and ensure that we maximise the utility of that in the sake of the working classes who generate that wealth in the first place. Its basic production function is the basic production function that underpins social relationships and economic relationships under capitalism. The productivity is formed of capital, labour, technology and nature. But of course, capital doesn't deserve any of that because it's a product of labour, and the only reason how we end up with the technology and the nature to be able to form those products is because of the labour that's applied to them. So labour is the fundamental fulcrum with which the entirety of our productivity underlies. And social democrats, a lot of whom come from a Marxist tradition, that's what the Social Democratic Party of Germany were Marxists until the 1960s, for example, because social democracy should understand those relationships, should understand the necessity of labour being the power of our productivity to ensure that its just desserts are given to it through state intervention within the economy. This is the fundamental part of social democracy. Again, it's not socialism. Unlike Adam Bienkov, who was on Twitter following this discourse, trying to claim that social democracy is a form of socialism. It's not. It's not a form of socialism. Socialism is when the workers own the means of production, distribution, and exchange. There is no other definition of socialism that works. It is just the worker control of the means of production. That is the only definition. Do social democrats abolish capitalist relations? No. Do they abolish the employer-employee relationship? No. Do they abolish the commodity form? No. Do they abolish class conflict? No. None of these things that are prerequisites for socialism are ever entertained by social democrats. That's true. But social democrats still come from a lot of kind of socialist traditions in which they understand the role of workers within generating profits under capitalism, and so want to ensure those get shared. Social liberals fundamentally do not believe this. Social liberals fundamentally believe the state should be there to provide a certain baseline, and then everybody should achieve above that. But then the market dictates where those chips fall. And unless you're intervening into the economy to ensure that those chips go to a different place based upon utility rather than market dynamics, you are not a social democrat, you are a social liberal. And that is what Rachel Reeves is. She is just a social liberal, nothing more, nothing less. And the same is true of Keir Starmer, based upon the things that he said and done. When, in any of the political campaigning he's ever done since he became an MP in 2015...
And if I'm going to live rent-free in his head...
Has Keir Starmer ever talked about anything close to worker control of the means of production? Outside of his lies that he told to the membership in 2020, when has he ever flirted with any kind of socialist economics at all? He hasn't done. He hasn't at all. That's the big problem, is that people just don't understand what these words mean. They don't understand what these words mean, which is why Adam Bienkov, whose opinions I broadly respect. I genuinely do respect Adam Bienkov's opinions. He's the Westminster editor for Byline Times. I think he does really good work, but he's wrong. Social democrats are not socialists. Socialism is not when the government does stuff. Because the socialism does do more things under social democracy. That's true. It does ensure that Labour gets more of the pie of what is generated out of productivity. It does seek to mediate class conflict through strong trade unions, through redistribution, through selective decommodification, through increases in state ownership, through more intervention into cooperative ownership, more redistribution, taxation, welfare, etc., etc. All things that every good, honest social democrat would believe in. But that doesn't undermine capitalism. It changes capitalism, but it does not break down the capitalist relationships that socialism must always do if it is to be socialist. If you're not doing those things, if you're not breaking down those capitalist relationships, such as class conflict, such as the employer-employee dichotomy, then you're not a socialist. You just aren't. So Keir Starmer is absolutely not a socialist. And Rachel Reeves is not a social democrat. They are both social liberals, and that is true. Again, because one of the basics of left-wing economic thought is eschewing market fundamentalism. We do not support market fundamentalist attitudes, which is what class mobility is. It is saying that, well, actually, your lot in life is determined by the meritocracy of how the market has decided to be able to reward you in how you've interacted with it. The start that you get, well, the state can provide you with that start, which is what she says in the answer to our question later on today. The start that you're given by the state should be equal for everybody, but then everything you get after that is a product of market dynamics. Social democrats fundamentally must undermine this by saying, no, the distribution of the wealth of our society must be about more than markets. It must be about utility as well as markets. We don't get rid of markets entirely, but we do say that the distribution must be changed. We must find a way of distributing our resources that is not market dynamics, because otherwise we are buying into the philosophical principle of the just world fallacy, of this idea that somehow the efficiency of market distribution is therefore the most utilitarian one, which isn't true, at least not from a socialist or social democratic perspective. Certainly not my perspective at all, as someone who absolutely 100% is a socialist in both economics and philosophically. So they cannot, again, from all of we've to learn about here in terms of what is socialism, what is social democracy, what is class conflict, they cannot be both pro-worker and pro-business. They are a pro-business party, that is true. This is why Sharon Graham, after being wallet inspected by the Starmer Politburo over the workers' rights deal, which she now claims to have more holes in it than Swiss cheese. I'm glad that she's now turned around to our position again. Because, again, the business owners are the ones who have the power. This is the fundamental part of class conflict, is the flow of wealth upwards to those who own capital, those who own assets, those who own the means of production, does not just give them economic power. It gives them political power, which they use to create and to gift themselves even more economic power. This is fundamentally why class conflict cannot be resolved, because there's a power imbalance that requires the state to intervene on behalf of workers, which is social democratic philosophy, which Labour doesn't adhere to. No part of Labour policy adheres to any of this at all. And that is why we have to push back against this, what I do, again, fundamentally believe to be a liberal outlook in terms of the way that it views the distribution of goods and services and resources in our society, because that's fundamentally what every economic ideology is about. It's how we distribute the products of our economics. It's about how we redistribute, or how we distribute, sorry. It's about how we distribute the wealth and the product of our society and our economy. And that's the problem. The breakdown barriers to opportunity is fine if all you care about is social mobility. But I do not believe that every working class person wants to or necessarily aspires to be middle class or upper class. Again, what I do believe is that, even if you do aspire to be upper or middle class from your working class position, what you should also aspire to is ensuring that those who you leave behind have access to all of the things and all of the resources that most other people in society have access to. That the base level for everybody is raised by ensuring the working class people are the ones who still receive the lion's share of the product of our society, rather than it being entirely hoovered up by middle, upper, and bourgeois class people. That's the problem. That is the big problem here. Because I do care about opportunity, but I also care distribution. Because at the moment, you may make many more opportunities for people from poor backgrounds to become rich. But what happens to the people who remain poor? Not everybody can be a management consultant. Not everybody can work in cybersecurity. Someone's got to man the tills at Tesco. Someone's got to pick the fruit. Someone's got to work in the call centres. God knows that was my life for 6 years. Someone's got to staff all of the different shops people have to visit. Someone's going to have to be the warehouse delivery driver. Those people are going to get left behind by a class mobility model which does not and is not properly addressing the problems of those who get left behind. And that is the fundamental failure of the current ideological position of the Labour Party. The fundamental failure is that all it's doing is buying into the middle class aspiration narrative rather than the working class emancipation narrative. And I don't think those things are necessarily in conflict. I believe firmly that, at least electorally, and it's not ideal, I would want to abolish class relationships, so I would want to get rid of class mobility, personally as a socialist, but even under the current framework of what you believe to be electable, I think it's fine to hold both of those beliefs, but Labour doesn't. Labour currently does not, and cannot hold both of those beliefs simultaneously. Because to fundamentally believe in working class emancipation, you cannot be taking £1 million donations from business owners, venture capital, or private equity, the real parasites of our economy, who suck the wealth away from the working class people that Labour should and has always historically represented. And that is why I cannot support this party. If we want redistribution, we need to end austerity. To do that, needs to be community-based as well as through representative democracy. Citizens' assemblies, participatory budgeting is one way. 100%. A community wealth building in general, like rolling out the Preston model, is what I would want to see too, as well. Because again, I've always mentioned this on stream before, that the big enemy, the big enemy of modern politics is the supranational corporation. It's what Matt Kennard from Declassified UK talks about specifically. talks very much about like the supranational entity of corporations who control our politics. These are the ones sucking the wealth out of our country and handing it off to the shareholders of BlackRock, so it pumps up the pension funds of people in America and making the Dow Jones go into the stratosphere at the expense of the people in our society who work hard. That's the problem. Well, you're underclass not necessarily by your own choosing, but now you're here, you can see how the working class and middle class are not much different. I mean, fundamentally, because the working class and the middle class are the same. They are people who sell their labour for a wage. They are both people who do not own the means of production. Therefore, they are both proletarian, right? The middle class, working class distinction is one which is used specifically to benefit middle class people electorally by treating them as an individual entity that can be pandered to against those who are below snapping at their heels. It's a way of which that you can try and get middle class people to pretend that they have class solidarity with upper class people and with the bourgeois that does not exist. There's a really great video by Ugopnik specifically talking about like kind of the lie of the middle class existence. But the problem is, as long as you create the divide between working and middle class, which I'm guilty of as well, I talk about it all the time, and whilst you create that distinction, you incentivize middle class people to vote, to treat themselves as a voting bloc, rather than understanding their power as somebody who sells their labour for a wage. This class discussion is where Biden is so much ahead of Starmer. I mean, this, you see Biden, standing on picket lines for one thing. It's crazy how right wing Starmer is in comparison to Joe Biden. Genocide Joe is to the left of Keir Starmer. Do you ever talk to the deprogram boys? I've never talked to them individually. Ugopnik has raided me a couple of times. I don't really watch much Second Thought or Hakeem, but I watch every Ugopnik video that comes out. I never thought of it like that. Some jobs are crappy, but somebody has to do it. Everyone, no matter their class, should have a good standard of living, such as access to affordable housing and good pay. And, if you work any job full-time, as far as I'm concerned, you should have enough for an affordable house, to be able to run a car, to be able to raise children, and have, a holiday every year on that basic wage. I fundamentally believe that's what we should and could be able to afford to everybody in this society, right? Even under a capitalist liberal framework, it shouldn't be hard to say if you can hold down a job for at least full time, maybe with two working parents, for example, you should be able to afford your own house, or at least afford council rent, to be able to run a car or pay for your public transport, raise your kids, buy them nice presents, and go on a holiday every year. How is that? How is that? Something, again, that was something that was kind of afforded to us during the Blair boom years before the financial crisis. But the extraction of wealth by the asset owners has taken that away from people. You'd argue that middle classes do have a distinct difference in that they own capital and assets. But the thing is, I would say that, I don't think that having the asset of being a homeowner makes you middle class, for example, which is explicitly an asset, right? The home-owning working classes and the non-homeowning working classes were very clearly divided by the post-Thatcherite consensus. So that's why boomer working class people are so happy to vote Tory, because they got on the property ladder and their property values kept increasing and their mortgage payments stayed low until last year, or 2022 rather, sorry. Whereas fundamentally, even you don't use your assets as a middle class person as a vehicle to be able to gain revenue to spend on living, right? Whereas a landlord, I would say, it cannot be middle class. A landlord can only be bourgeois. A landlord can only be a bourgeois as a member of the rentier class. Their form of their income that they use to live off of is extracted from the work of other people, which is fundamentally the basis of capitalist relations. Whereas people who own an asset that depreciates but don't use it as a method of wealth extraction, I think that's a different kettle of fish. And I think you don't stop being working class because you own a house, for example. We need to abolish the class system in Britain, and you do that by abolishing the monarchy. I mean, you abolish the class system in Britain by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Well, the fundamental understanding of socialism has changed over time. Like the Fabian socialists of the early 1900s is a different thing. But fundamentally, every conception of socialism that's ever existed at this point is one in which the workers control the means of production. Trying to obfuscating that by including Fabian socialists, I think is it muddies the waters too much and it makes our political discourse different. I agree, Kazaku. You can't abolish class or the antagonism between classes. Yes, you can. It's called the dictatorship of the proletariat. If everybody owns the means of production collectively, there is no longer class conflict because there is no longer an employer and an employee. There is no longer those who extract wealth from those through capitalist relations. Fundamentally, as socialists, we aim for a classless society, which is what socialism promises. Your folks became middle class because they're boomers. Your working class because two of those jobs were now a low income family. Well, again, the distinction is really kind of between working and middle class is again kind of meaningless because at the end of the day, your relationship to the means of production hasn't changed. You're still proletarian in the Marxian sense. I mean, one would assume, right, when you create a dictatorship of the proletariat, you would then have no aristocracy. You can't really have a DOTP with an aristocracy in place. In a classless society, how do you incentivize people to become surgeons, etc.? Well, my particular model is one of market socialism. There would still be a labour market, but you would, as soon as you become part of an enterprise, you therefore own the means of production within that enterprise. There would still be a labour market. People's labour would still be worth more if it's more in demand, which of course labour as a surgeon would be. They will still get access to be able to better purchasing power than the market. Again, I said, even under my own framework, I do not believe that there should be a difference, that everyone actually get paid the same, for example. But fundamentally, the relationship between the employer and the employee, the capital owner and the proletariat, the bourgeoisie and proletariat, that must therefore be gone if there's a dictatorship of the proletariat. That doesn't mean surgeons get paid the same as bin men. How do you say dictatorship of the proletariat to normies? Yes, workplace democracy, yeah, or a workers' state is what I would use it. A workers' state specifically, because it is a state run by and for workers, with no bourgeois. If you forced companies to introduce a share system where workers had shares in the company they worked for and had a vote in deciding management, is that socialism? I mean, it's socialistic. I wouldn't say it's necessarily socialism to have some shares be forced to go to workers, right? I would call that socialistic rather than socialist, right? In that it is a means towards a more worker ownership, more collective ownership of capital. Is what you get by enforcing share ownership amongst workers. That was the Corbyn plan. That was specifically Corbyn's plan for the economy. The specific policy was called the inclusive ownership funds, and what that was a plan essentially to force companies of more than 500 employees or more to share a certain amount of shares with the workplace with the workers of that workplace. The inclusive ownership it was fundamentally one of the only actual proper socialist policies that any party has ever kind of approached in this country. There's what John McDonnell specifically said when introducing the policy was, previously social democratic parties would want to put things into the hands of the state where they can just get privatized later on, whereas what we want to do is we want to take those enterprises and give them to the workers themselves, give them to all of you, so they can never be taken away from you without your consent. So John Lewis is technically a cooperative, but they don't have cooperative ownership in the way that you'd expect a worker cooperative to do so. They have like a workers' dividend and things like that. People are members or partners rather than workers, but I don't fundamentally believe that they go far enough. Like, it's not quite the same kind of worker ownership that you get out of Mondragon, for example. Though, to be fair, Mondragon have their problems too. I agree by the backbone. I think John McDonnell would have been a better leader than Corbyn. As much as I really like Corbyn as a person, I think McDonnell would have been a stronger leader. Venture capital got involved and removed the traditional co-op structure at John Lewis. Yes, I think, yeah, I remember somebody saying that, yeah. Yeah, so Mondragon essentially hire a bunch of like contractor staff that don't get full voting rights now. So they've as they've gotten bigger, they've ditched the model. That's the problem that you get. This is why, there has to be some state intervention to be able to ensure the markets remain competitive. Otherwise, you end up with a point where certain co-ops can be bigger and have too much power within the economy. Anyway, back to Rachel Reeves.
I want to take that head on. Because while it is true that the crises we have faced are global in origin, our unique exposure to those crises, the reason that we have been harder hit than many comparable countries by the economic impact of COVID and then by inflation and rising energy prices, can only be explained by the choices made by Conservative governments here at home. And because while the Prime Minister wants this election to be about whether inflation is coming down this month, he omits to mention when it started to rise, on his watch as Chancellor. Even before the Conservatives, in their clamour to cut taxes for those at the very top, sent interest rates and mortgage costs spiralling. He omits to mention when it peaked too, on his watch as Prime Minister. And he omits to mention the families and the businesses dealing with the consequences of Conservative economic mismanagement today. Like the family I met in Redcar, the dad doing an apprenticeship, the mum working in a supermarket, who spend every evening talking about money because there's simply not enough to pay the bills. Or the small business owner in Milton Keynes, desperate to expand, but faced with a system of business rates that are stacked against her. Or just down the road from here, the workers at Alstom, some of whom I met just a few months ago, who are facing the uncertainty that results when a government is unwilling to take a long-term strategic...
Yes, Daniel, yeah, I didn't read it, but I think my dad did. And my dad pointed out to me, like, again, the respect. My dad is more of a social democrat than a socialist, than I like myself. So, I mean, my dad literally ran for the SDP in the 80s as a councillor, I believe.
I'm literally a communist.
But in that book specifically, McDonnell was kind of really focused, one might say laser focused, on finding a pitch to the vote to the electorate that would get them into power. You know, I think that the Corbyn-McDonnell tag team was a really good way of doing it, but it's and I think his interview style is really good. McDonnell is more of a politician, whereas Corbyn, I think you can be an activist and a politician as well at the same time. But, you know, it's clear that Corbyn wanted a different kind of politics, and that was one thing we all agreed with. One thing that really warmed us to Corbyn at the time was the fact that Corbyn wanted to create a different kind of politics that McDonnell didn't really want to do, although he had respect for Corbyn wanting to change politics whilst acknowledging politics the way that it was and wanting to try and interact with it as well. So
approach in partnership with business and trade unions, the only responsible approach to economic policy. The Conservatives are insulting the intelligence of millions of people like these, forced to deal with the consequences of their failure. But we won't let them get away with it, because the Conservatives do deserve to be judged on their record of those 14 years. The general election in 5 weeks' time is a chance for the British people to pass judgment on 14 years of economic chaos and decline under the Conservative Party. 14 years that have seen taxes reach a 70-year high, national debt more than double, and the typical homeowner remortgaging this year paying £240 more a month after the disastrous mini-budget. Wages flat, public services on their knees, taxpayers being asked to pay more and more, and yet getting less and less in return. 5 prime ministers, 7 chancellors, 12 plans for growth.
by the way, as always, if you're enjoying the content, you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 or for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. It gets you a free subscription every single month, gets you access to all the benefits of subscriptions as well, like ad-free viewing, static and animated emotes in Twitch chat, all for very small amount of Bezos bucks that you get no additional charge for, but it does help pay my bills and keep me employed here on twitch.tv. If you want a message read out, you can drop 100 bits, at the very least, gets you text-to-speech over on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, you can have a message read out by super chatting. I read out all super chats on stream, regardless of value, as long as they aren't rude. If you want to become a member on YouTube, which is 99p, which is cheaper than a can of Red Stripe, it gets you access to my static emotes in YouTube chat and in the YouTube comment section, as well as access to my archive live streams, although I will have all of my election streams public on my YouTube channel for everybody to view, but after the election they will go back to being members only. But by far, as has been requested in chat, by far the best way to keep this channel going is by gifting memberships on YouTube. Again, it's only 99p each for a gifted membership, and that means everybody can share the love around, get access to those emotes and all of those benefits, as well as boosting the stream and the algorithm as well. So if you do want to help support the channel but don't have a message read out on YouTube, gifting memberships is the best way to support. Where are the Magic the Gathering matches going? I mean, you might see me on camera at the Pro Tour, you never know. Do I have Discord? I do have a Discord. I don't have the link up at the moment though. Bear with me one sec.
Each delivering less than the last. To put it in perspective, if our economy had have grown at the average rate
Am I planning an election night special? Yes, I will be.
of OECD countries these last 14 years, our economy today would be £150 billion larger, worth £5,000 for every household, and providing £55 billion more investment for our public services. That is their record, and they...
How did I do at my card game? I came 20th out of 810. So I'm qualified for the Pro Tour. I'm qualified for the next European Regional Championship. And I got $1,200 worth of prize money as well. Although they've not sent it to me yet. I don't know how long that's going to take, because Wizards will probably take like months to get my prize money through. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted, Ron. I appreciate you. Do you think there'll be a Novara election night special that you'll be part of?
Fucking neoliberalism.
I couldn't possibly comment, JDM.
Deserve to be judged on it. The Conservatives have failed on the economy. The plan isn't working. And Rishi Sunak's decision to call a snap general election is the clearest sign of that. If he doesn't believe that his plan is working, why should you? And no matter how much they tell us that Liz Truss was nothing to do with them, their every action speaks otherwise.
She has the public speaking style of a 6th form deputy head of year. That's so true, Ben. That's so true. Yeah. I got a spot on the Novara Live election coverage trailer. Oh, did I? I did not know that. Let me find it. I've not seen that. Do you have the link, JDM? Oh, yeah, we go. Yeah. 4 days ago it was posted.
After 5 years and 3 prime ministers.
There's never been this kind of political capsizon in politics, and remarkably, so much of it was entirely avoidable.
Everything during Rishi Sunak's era has been pretty last minute.
The Conservatives have called a general election.
Things can only get not better.
So what now?
They can't have anybody who doesn't toe the line of what Starmer and co want to be doing at the moment.
Labour will almost certainly win the next election. I think under them, living standards will get worse. I think that has a very real possibility of ushering fascism into the country, and I don't think this is unique to the UK. I'm very worried, and I don't...
God, that angle, the angle that I got, this is when I was staying at my parents' house, where the camera angle really fucking accentuated my, 5,000 chins. Cheers. Cheers, Mum and Dad, for the terrible chair that you put me in for that Novara segment.
They'll fix things. What do? We have to create that alternative.
I'm repeatedly asked, what are you going to do when there's a Labour government? Isn't that the end of Novara Media? Complete opposite. Because I think that we have a level of integrity and credibility.
I look great at the moment, but that particular angle where the camera was like this and I was like this, where it's got fucking chins going on for days, wasn't great.
I'm holding a Labour government to account that, frankly, the right-wing media doesn't have and the Liberal establishment doesn't have.
If you agree with what Aaron just said and want to help us cover this election with the competence and commitment it deserves, go to novaramedia.com.
Oh yeah, they did include me in their little bit there. How very nice of them. I need to get some fucking knockoff Ozempic and lose some of this bloody weight.
They haven't learnt their lessons. They're singing from the same songbook. With the Prime Minister's priorities dissolving into thin air, what is his last desperate throw of the dice? Not to deliver on the promises that he's made over the last 2 years, but instead...
I love Rivka Brown. I think she's great. She pissed off so many people with that tweet. That tweet on October the 7th. I mean, to be fair, there were some problems with it, but it was very funny to me.
Fucking
Gary Stevenson also confirmed the Novara election night. I'm not sure, but it'd be funny if he would be. Thank you, Popey, for the 5 gifted, and also being a member for 6 months. I really appreciate your continued support. It means a lot to me that you come here and support me as well. It's been a very long time, so thank you very much for joining in today. The No Justice MTG Rocky training montage to get ready for the extremely extraneous activity of sitting in a chair for 6 hours. I think I'm going to do like a 24-hour election stream. We'll see where we end up. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get in. I mean, hopefully I'll get
neoliberalism.
I'll definitely do lots of election coverage, and there will definitely be lots of Kev in it. My election night plans are still up in the air currently. You love my content, makes me want to start your channel again, Boxer J. Well, appreciate the kind words. Thank you. I need a lot of Diet Coke for that. Monster Energy, more like. I mean, 20% would be fine by me. 20% is all I need so that I have, you know... Because the issue that I have, chat, the reason why I really do want to lose weight, even though I'm finding it very difficult, as this massive bottle of Mountain Dew will testify to, is that I put on loads of weight, like, just before I got on... So I put on loads of weight during the pandemic, just before I got on HRT. And then I started HRT, and now I've put on, like, masculinized fat everywhere, which makes me look like I'm pregnant, which obviously I can't be. So I need to lose all that weight and then start putting on weight in the right places. But I need to lose all the weight first. And my God, that's fucking difficult. Because as we've talked about already, the healthy food tastes like shit. Place the soda with water and fruit. I know. I know all the things I have to do. I just don't have the willpower to be able to do them. Do I exercise?
Fucking neoliberalism.
I mean, have I exercised? I have exercised, like, at some point in the past. But do I regularly exercise? No. I play badminton, like, once a month. That's basically it. I mean, I definitely want to get as many people in doing coverage over the election, try and cross-pollinate as many streams as possible, try and make sure we build the space, right? New media is where we're going to be in the future. New media is the future of journalism, the future of political commentary. People aren't watching mainstream news as much anymore, so we're going to be the people come to. So maximising the base of people to spread the message is important. Thank you, Frosted Milk, for the follow and the immediate subscription. Thank you for keeping me employed here on twitch.tv. Thank you. I love greens. I do love beans. I do love broccoli. I just, you know, having the time to go and do the fucking cooking is the difficult bit because I'm just so busy nowadays. Do a streamline exercise bike, yeah.
Offer up £64 billion worth of unfunded tax cuts. They offered up just another one last night. And the Conservatives cannot say how they're going to pay for them. What cuts will they make to public services? What other taxes will they increase? Or will they fund it through yet more government borrowing? And why should anyone believe them? After, and I'll say it again, the tax burden has reached a 70-year high under the Conservatives. Be in no doubt, the single biggest risk to...
It is incredibly robotic. Because she doesn't move her arms or her body. Her head moves like it's a pathologic character animation. And for the 99% of my chat who don't know what that looks like, I'm going to show you a pathologic character animation so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let me find some pathologic.
Welcome back.
Some pathologic dialogue screen, so you know what I mean when I say pathologic character. Yeah. So let's take. So this is a scene where you're talking to a character in pathologic, and you'll see that the entire body stays still. They just animate the head. She's even got Rachel Reeves' hair. I mean, to be fair, Katerina Sabarova is my profile picture on Discord, so maybe shouldn't do that. But literally, look at the way that the body stays like rock solid, but the head will move. This is the Rachel Reeves. This is the Rachel Reeves speech position. Game of Pathologic. She adds inflections where she read humans to her, but it sounds fake. Is she from Labour? Sorry, just trying to get into politics. Unfortunately so, yes. She may not seem very Labour-pilled, but she is indeed from the Labour Party. You wouldn't think it based on her policies or her demeanour or her beliefs or anything about her personality, but she is indeed a Labour Party politician. Shocking, I know. I think you got a fantastic future doing political commentary. I really appreciate that, Scribby. Thank you.
Our economy today is 5 more years of conservative chaos and decline. My ambitions for Britain are so much greater than that. I don't think we need fantasy economics to look and hope for a better future. Just look around us. But we do need change. Under Keir's leadership, we have changed the Labour Party so that we might have the chance to change our country for the better. To offer a government that is pro-worker and pro-business, in the knowledge that each depends upon the success of the other.
That's not true. That's literally not true. Workers could collectively own the means of production and they would only have to rely on themselves. But then again, she's not a socialist or a social democrat, so she doesn't believe in these things.
A party that understands business, that works with business. I'm not one of those politicians that thinks that the private sector is a dirty word or a necessary evil. I worked in the private sector. Before entering politics, I worked in financial services in West Yorkshire.
Literally saying I was part of like the parasite class, because that's what the financial sector is. It's the cost of doing business for everybody else. They produce nothing, but generate loads of money for themselves at the expense of everybody else who's forced to use them. She is a member of the parasite class who became a parasite upon the Labour Party. Like, I'm sorry, like you just can't vote for this, can't support this shit. And even then, because again, like going back to like the social democrat, social liberal thing, social democrats do believe the private sector is a necessary evil. That is what what social democracy is about. Understanding that private sector, under capitalism, it has to unfortunately exist, but we work within the state to ensure that the workers get the best deal possible out of that class conflict by ensuring that we regulate private sector enough. And she doesn't believe that. She's just a liberal. She's a fucking liberal. Remember, she got all boo-hoo over Corbyn being in charge and being called the Red Tories. Like, the Labour Party is my home because it's the avenue for political success because the Liberal Democrats are not a party of government, basically. Who are the politicians that think the private sector is a dirty word? The left, the lefty, because it is a dirty word, and it's good that we call it a dirty word, yeah.
I know what a successful business can do for places like those. And I know that economic growth comes from success of business, large, medium and small. Indeed, there is no other way. I'm not talking about the old trickle-down free market dogma of the past, but instead a new spirit of partnership between government and business, an approach fit for a more uncertain world. I know that there is no policy that...
But to be fair, we do already have, like, the government trying to build business growth themselves. Neoliberalism, specifically, is about choosing winners. It's not laissez-faire. It's the business enabler. That's what neoliberalism is specifically about. Ordoliberalism, actually, probably more specifically, but... But neoliberalism certainly too is where the government is the enabler of business to enable growth, rather than the mediator of class conflict. That's the fundamental part of neoliberalism, is creating new markets for businesses using the state, as long as you maintain that market fundamentalism. That's the kind of the main point of neoliberalism. So she's not changing the economic order at all. In broad scale, I think it's a departure somewhat from neoliberalism, but not in a meaningful way that changes the relationship between workers and owners, which should be the goal of any socialist or indeed any social democrat.
I can announce no plan that can be drawn up in Whitehall that cannot be improved through engagement with business. And our manifesto will bear...
Well, growth comes from productivity. Growth comes from increased productivity, which can come from investment, either state or private led, whichever one you want to do. But broadly, like the main point is in terms of increases in productivity. Now, the biggest increase we have in productivity in our economy is through technology and through innovation. Innovation is what drives productivity growth, as well as the power of workers. It's workers engaging in conjunction with technology. Like, so remember how I was talking earlier, chat, about the production function, the combination of labor, capital, technology and nature that create every part of what is produced by our economy, is that when you actually break it down, So another way of talking about technology and innovation is what's called total factor productivity in economic circles, in a kind of more official term. And studies done by economists have shown that in the US economy, over half of the state's productivity is down specifically to total factor productivity. So it is innovation. It's the machines that you have access to be able to enable workers to be more productive. Did that innovation come from capitalists? No, it came from workers. Workers who innovated, smart workers, workers who have loads to be able to gift our economy to make it more productive, to enable that economic growth, to save time on labour in terms of the amount of productivity that we get, for example. People had to work to make those innovations. But did investment do that? Did capital do that? Did it? Fuck! Did nothing. All it did was sit there and be money. So if you really want a more productive economy, you need to invest in, or spend time making sure that we have more innovation, enabling the space for people to be innovative, which requires a state safety net. It requires access to R&D. It involves having well-funded educational establishments for people to be able to learn the skills to innovate. That's where productivity comes from, This is why the Soviet Union, for example, despite having an entirely state-run, centrally planned economy, was still innovative because they had well-funded educational systems and encouraged innovation. It invested in people, not necessarily in capital investment, but invested in its people. That even though there were loads of problems with the Soviet economy, but fundamentally, just because it was a command economy, didn't mean that precluded it from having some level of innovation. I mean, they put the first people to put people in space, for fuck's sake. But the idea that innovation only comes from the private sector, it only comes from businesses, productivity gains are the sole reserve of the capitalist class, is just the biggest crock of shit that capitalists will tell you. The biggest crock of shit is the people will tell you is that innovation is something that is the preclusion of capitalists only. And even then, I talked about in Novara Media, the reason why the US economy is so strong, for example, is that they put state money into investments in R&D. They literally created an entire state department for R&D called DARPA, which, was then misused because it didn't take those innovations and then put the proceeds of those innovations back into public sector productivity, but sold them to the private sector so they could make all the money out of it, which was a misstep. But at the very least, they created a bunch of the innovations that shaped a lot of the modern world, for example, which is what DARPA was for, right? Cuba, indeed, as pointed out, Lime Red, again, another command economy, but the state specifically focuses on innovation because they know that's what creates productivity. They innovated to create a COVID vaccine on their own with no international help, which had a higher protection rate than either the Moderna, the Pfizer, or the AstraZeneca vaccine. That's the real problem. That's literally the problem. And again, capitalists will try and tell you that all the innovation comes from capitalists in the private sector, and it's just fucking bollocks. It's just literally not true in any sense of the word. Where do you think the internet came from? The internet was research that was done on public grants. It was done by people who are working for the public sector. This is the world that we live in, built upon public sector work, public sector investment, public sector saying the public sector creating the framework for innovation to happen.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Thank you for the membership, Ezra. Appreciate you. We treat HIV because of public money, yeah. We gained a measurable individual choice in consumer goods, the expense of community, human flourishing, social belonging. We are wealthier society, more divided and more unequal. The way forward is not to diminish wealth creation, nor to boost the power of the central state, but to bring capital under better democratic control. Honestly, crazy that Rachel Reeves could have said... Under Corbyn was very happy to say these things, but now under the auspices of being told what she can and can't say under Pat McFadden, and under Morgan McSweeney deciding what the allowed economic access is, or the allowed economic policy is, she just becomes another fucking liberal. Are we still pretending the vaccines did anything? Ever heard of creating the problem to create the market? Right. So all of the studies that were done independently with peer review in the public sector all showed that there was great efficacy in the vaccine to be able to prevent both spread and indeed the ability for the human body to be able to fight the disease, right? I'm sorry, the vaccines were clearly a good thing. And this is where, right, the left end up getting into conspiracy theory because you don't do material analysis, right? Basic material analysis and understanding of capitalist relations will tell you one specific thing, right? The bad people in Big Pharma, because I hate Big Pharma, everyone should hate Big Pharma, they're fucking evil, right? But the bad people in a Big Pharma are the shareholders, they're the CEOs, they're the boards of directors, they're the people who are charged with taking the life-saving medicines. The good doctors, good research scientists spend their life researching to try and do, right, as part of their job, as their public service, and they take all of those innovations, all of that work, and they use it for profit. They use it to make money. They use it to try and take money away from the global south, who they then ruin in terms of gigantic prices because they lobby to stop TRIPS waivers, for example. Like, the evil people in Big Pharma are the CEOs, are the speculators, are the shareholders who take these things and sell them. Like, the idea that the people who actually made the vaccine, which were the research scientists paid wages by those who own the means of production, right? The actual capitalists who are the problem under capitalism, it's there's the bourgeois owners, right? The idea that somehow the scientists who were getting paid in this combative relationship were the ones who were just making fake vaccines that did nothing this is not leftist, and this is not material analysis you're doing here. This is bullshit conspiracy theory nonsense. Yeah, the Jimmy Dore left. Yeah, literally. Like, I'm sorry, it's clear, like, unless you fundamentally believe, right, that there's somehow this massive global conspiracy in which not only Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Oxford University, Moderna, BioNTech, Gamaleya, the Russian Sputnik creator, Sinopharm, the Chinese vaccine creator, and somehow the Cuban government who did the Abalaya vaccine are all somehow in league with each other and all of the people who work under them to create fake vaccines that did nothing, right? That somehow the Chinese, the Russians, the Cubans, the Americans, the British and the Danish were all in league with each other to create a fake vaccine under the auspices of a pandemic and creating the problem to create the solution, right? That's how big your conspiracy has to be to say the vaccines did nothing. That somehow you'd have coordination between geopolitical enemies, class enemies, economic enemies, all working together to create this grand conspiracy. This literally does not make any sense. Because again, I hate Pfizer, I hate Moderna. They took public money and they used it to make themselves like massively super rich at the expense of huge amounts of public money, ripping loads of people off, rather than releasing it without intellectual property, for example. There was no intellectual property waiver, again, because of what the capitalists wanted, right? I am not a cuck for Big Pharma by saying the vaccines were a good thing. But what I am saying is that the capitalists who barred the global south access through extortionate costs, the ones who used public money to then take more public money in terms of how much the state paid for the vaccines in the first place, these are the enemy, the bourgeois, the capital owners, those who own the means of production. Those are the enemies. This is socialist analysis. This is Marxist analysis. This is material analysis, right? If you don't do material analysis, you're just doing conspiracy bait. You work with people on the global south who are fucked by this and the loans the IMF use. Yeah, exactly. The global south were totally fucked over. It's why we have an Omicron variant. It's because we didn't properly vaccinate the global south quickly enough, because their states couldn't afford the vaccine, because Western companies, Western capitalist companies, were overcharging them, wouldn't release their IP, and wouldn't engage in any kind of TRIPS waiver, because they lobbied governments. Bill Gates lobbied governments to ensure that there was no TRIPS waiver on the vaccine, because the man lives off of intellectual property and didn't want anything undermining the intellectual property of Western companies that they use to extract wealth from the global south. most fined companies in the history of fraud. Let's trust them. I don't trust the companies. I trust the scientists who work for those companies in the same way that I trust people who work for Tesco for whatever. But I don't trust Tesco to do the right thing because they're capitalists and their material interests are opposed to mine. Like, I absolutely do not trust Pfizer. I don't trust Bill Gates. I don't trust Moderna. I don't trust AstraZeneca. I don't trust Sinopharm. I don't trust Gamaleya. I trust the Cuban government, right? I don't trust any of these companies, but I do trust the scientists who work for them, because those are the ones who I have shared material interests with. Because at the end of the day, that is what Marxist analysis is about. It's about material interest, shared material interest. What material gain would research scientists working for BioNTech have, for example, to just randomly invent a fake vaccine that didn't work, that was then also rubber stamped by multiple independent and peer-reviewed scientific organizations? It doesn't make any sense. This is the last we're talking about this, and we're moving on.
The imprint of that engagement. I want to lead the most pro-growth, the most pro-business treasury that our country has ever seen, with a laser focus on delivering for working people. Today, more than 120 senior business leaders have signed a letter expressing their support for a Labour government. Across the world of business, Labour is being recognised as a natural partner of business, the party of growth and the party of enterprise. A few years ago, you might not have expected to have heard these things from the Labour Party. Think how far we have come under Keir's leadership in 4 short years. If we can change this party to bring it back in the service of working people, if we can return it to the centre ground of politics.
See, literally, the first sentence is we're the natural party of business, and the second sentence was we are now in service of working people. This isn't a thing that you can be. You can't be pro-business and pro-worker. These are two classes in conflict. How many times do I have to say it? But it's very funny watching these things be juxtaposed at the same time, and nobody questions it. Nobody questions it. Because Marxism is banned in political discussion in this country.
If we can bring business back to Labour, then I know that we can bring business back to Britain, to bring investment back to Britain, to bring growth back to Britain, to bring hope back to Britain. Because by bringing business back to Britain, we can deliver a better future for working people. Whatever ideologues on the left or the right say, it's not either or. This Labour Party understands.
Yes, true. Again, like, you are an ideologue, Rachel. You are also an ideologue. Stop lying to people that somehow you can be a politician without ideology. Peter Kyle got called out for this by Rob Rinder. Like, you are ideological. You are an ideologue. Just because yours is the establishment ideology doesn't make it not an ideology. But again, we go back to what George Monbiot talks about in The Secret Ideology, right? The invisible ideology of neoliberalism is that, at least under Ho Chi Minh's Vietnam or whatever, everybody would understand they lived in a communist society. Yet we were the only point in time ever where people live we live in a society where they don't know the name of the economic system they live under. Yeah, they treat neoliberalism as a fact of nature, exactly. Again, because it's market fundamentalism. Again, that's why she's a liberal. It's the belief in market fundamentalism that it precludes the Labour Party from being leftist. Can't wait for her to Findom the country, literally. That's what it feels like. If anything, Rachel is more of an ideologue than Corbyn ever was. Because the compromises that Corbyn made to his own ideology to bring together a big tent platform that everybody in Labour could have theoretically supported, even though they didn't. They never did.
That business success is crucial to good jobs, and good work is crucial for successful businesses. It is by bringing business back to Britain that we can create good jobs that pay a decent wage, bring in investment to build strong communities with thriving high streets, to put more money in people's pockets, and take pride in goods and services made here in Britain, but exported around the world. Our plans for growth are built on partnership with business. A mission-led government prepared to take on the big challenges that we face and ready to seize the opportunities of the future. And a government that will build all its plans for the future on the bedrock of economic stability. It is clearer than ever that at this election, the choice is between Tory chaos and Labour stability. And stability is change. Stability so that we never again see a repeat of the mini-budget and the damage it did to families. Stability so that families and business can plan for the future. Stability of direction so we can bring together.
Does she really believe this? I don't even know anymore. Like, I've read so much Rachel Reeves' work. I've read so many of the words that she's written in her political career. And whilst, you know, her, like, anti-welfare stuff, I think it is particularly egregious, looking at her economic philosophy since 2010, this doesn't sound like the Rachel Reeves of 2010. I mean, we've literally read her words on stream. Like, I've quoted her own words back at her live on LBC. I've asked her, you used to say these good things, you now say the opposite. What gives? And I got no answer, and she looked like a fucking idiot. Like, I don't know how much of this is even her, how much of it's Pat McFadden and Morgan. Who even knows at this point? Who even knows? But at this, you know, but if this is the public persona she's going to put forward, and I'm just like, well, fuck it. Like, I don't trust you anymore. I don't trust any of this stupid party. She's put power over principles. Well, yeah, literally. Is sanity the price to pay for power? Shout out to Big Madge for that one. Right, Bilderberg, how you doing?
Government, business and working people in common purpose.
Well, literally, the choice in Business Party A and Business Party B. To paraphrase Noam Chomsky, in UK politics, there are two parties. There's one party, it's called the Business Party. It comes in both Tory and Labour flavour, and most of the UK is opposed to those policies, as am I. Thank you, Bilderberg, appreciate you. What job will Luke Akehurst get? The Secretary of State for Vietnam War apologio?
Because I'm literally a communist.
I mean, I'm not going to shout out Noam Chomsky to be the big dog because that's the guy who was meeting up with Jeffrey Epstein, so Chomsky's kind of dead to me. But his writings are still worth, you know, using. Surely Chief Whip. That's true, definitely Chief Whip. Yeah, chair of the LFI as well, probably. It's Fabianism. It's saying whatever you need to do to get the keys and then making judgment-free decisions behind closed doors, yeah. Have we done the Luke Akehurst political compass test on stream yet? No, we haven't, but I definitely will do.
To meet the great challenges of our time. That will be underpinned by robust fiscal rules to get debt falling by the end of the Parliament. I will never play fast and loose with the public finances, because when you do so, you put family finances at risk. We have started as we mean to go on. I have been very clear that every policy that we announce, every line in our manifesto, will be fully costed and fully funded. No ifs, no ands, no buts. That is...
Yeah, shame that the other manifesto in 2017 was fully costed. I won't say the same about 2019 because of the waspy women stuff, which I actually opposed. But 2017 manifesto was fully costed. So all of this, oh, we'll have our new thing fully costed, unlike before. No, we did have a fully costed manifesto in 2017. That's a thing that happened. Stop lying. But then again, 2017 election never happened. Consigns to complete amnesia from the British public.
This is the attitude that I will take into the Treasury, because taxpayers' money should be spent with the same care with which people spend their own money. I remember when I was growing up, my mum would sit at the kitchen table, combing over line by line.
I feel like Labour have turned the UK into a living nightmare of The Apprentice, where I have to watch infinite bullshit interviews and bluster. I mean, to be fair, most of our news coverage is just pictures of sailboats. So it is basically The Apprentice interview stage now. Just Claude Littner Oh, to be fair, Claude Littner is far more scrutinising of the candidates on The Apprentice than any of our journalists are of any of our politicians.
Her bank statements and her receipts. We weren't badly off, but we didn't have money to spare. To my mum...
Stop talking about your parents! Talk about your fucking policies! Ah! Oh my god. Why are we policies so desperate to sell us sob stories? It's just like literally just pretending that they're more working class than they really are.
Every penny mattered. And believe me, I understand that the basic test for whoever is Chancellor is to bring that attitude to our public finances. And stability will rest, as it always has done when Britain has enjoyed economic success, on strong institutions. I started my career as an economist at the Bank of England. I know why the stability that it brings and the independence from short-term politics matter to economic success and the battle against inflation. So Labour will not play. I will not play the Tory game of undermining the Treasury or the Bank of England. And I will introduce a new fiscal lock so that any government making significant and permanent changes to tax and spending will be subject to a forecast from the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility, so that there is never a repeat of the mini-budget. Stability must mean something else too, and it's something that I've heard from business time and again about how important this is. Certainty in our tax system, which is why we have committed to the publication of a business tax roadmap covering the duration of the Parliament within the first 6 months.
Yeah, it is really kind of Terminator 4 vibes, isn't it? Like, I've never seen someone's delivery be so deadpan, but also so aggressive at the same time. Was as our politicians and locks. It's like she's like a head teacher telling off her school. That's so true. Like she really does have like it's like a teacher, like a head teacher or a head girl vibes, because it's the kind of vibes that you get for people when they're high on their own supply, essentially. People who've been given control over a tiny little fiefdom, like somebody in like a work project where they've been given the role of team, like literally like a team leader on The Apprentice, getting massive ideas above their station because they've been given a little bit of power. That's the kind of vibes I get. It's 1.25 times speed, yeah.
Months of a Labour government. And it is why corporation tax will be capped at its current rate for the duration of the next Parliament. That is the lowest rate among G7 economies. And should our competitiveness come under threat, we will act.
Ah, yes, a PPE from Oxford. What a surprise.
Stability will be the bedrock of everything that we do.
If I had to choose a percentage between 0 and 100, what chances are Labour better than the Tories? They'll be this. I mean, better by what metric and by how much? Like, they'll be like slightly less bad, but still bad. Like,
but stability alone is not.
I won an egg and spoon race once.
Enough. It is one central part of what I call securonomics, a new approach which
Hey, we got there, bingo! You called it, Sully.
That our age of insecurity requires new answers to new economic challenges.
Akers scrubbed the ideological purity test from his blog when people mocked it. That's so fucking funny.
So stability must stand alongside a plan to fix our weak levels of investment. Britain today is the only G7 country with investment below 20% of GDP. I am not under the illusion that government can fix this alone. The lifeblood of a...
Let's do fuck it. Let's do the Luke Akers test whilst we're here. How much we get this? After that, we'll skip to the questions because I'm bored of this shit already. So we'll do the Luke Akers test, and then we'll read the question. We'll watch her take the questions. Reese has the confidence of when you have a lanyard on. Have TERFs taken the blunt fringe too now? Maybe she never got over her electro clash phase. Well, the thing is, the TERF bangs also come with like the chin length hair as well, because like there's goth bangs where that if if the side of your hair finishes here, but you've also got like the blunt fringe, that's goth bangs, not turf bangs. Goth bangs has to have the hair finishing here, like with the Rachel Reeves haircut. Like the electro clash phase is definitely, it's a little less kind of prim and proper than the turf bangs. Melon cat cut, yeah, literally. Have I read the PPE syllabus? It's terrible. It doesn't teach you to grapple with ideas. Just gives you enough to be able to reference them. Well, yeah, no, I'm not surprised. Absolutely, yeah. It's all just like monetarist and neoliberal groupthink. Right, so yeah, this is. Absolutely, Sarah. Yeah, not wrong. So this is Luke Akehurst's test on who would be suitable to be a leadership contender for the Labour Party, or Labour deputy leader specifically. And it's about the positions that they take, and then you give them a score or a ranking based upon essentially how right-wing that they are, where right-wing is better. So let's have a look and see what the questions that we have here. Section 1. Ideological political orientation. Are you a supporter of a replacement for Trident, nuclear power, or the State of Israel? 10 points for each yes. So I'm on 10 points for supporting nuclear power. Have you been a member of CND, Compass, CLPD, the Campaign Group, Liberty, NCCL, PSC, LMEC, the Liberal Party? -5 points for each yes. But I think Compass taking flack on this one. I mean, I've not been a member of any of these, so I'm still on just 10 points. Did you vote for Ben or Healy in the 1981 deputy leadership election? Shows how old this is. This is from 2006, yeah. Well, if I would have been alive at the time, obviously I voted for Harold Wilson. So that's taken me down from 10 down to 5. Momentum and the Greens would count now. Oh, that's true, yes. I'll take another 5 points for each of those. So I'm on -5 currently, Ben. I'm on -5. Do you think the good guys in the Vietnam War were the communist Viet Cong led by Stalinist dictator Ho Chi Minh? He wasn't even Stalinist. Like, it was a Marxist-Leninist, but it wasn't a Stalinist. Or B, the US Marine Corps led by left-wing Democrats, JFK and LBJ. Of course, I get no points for that question. See why I said that he would have to be Secretary of State for the Vietnam War apologia? In what world are JFK and LBJ left-wing? In Luke Akehurst's fucked up, warped, insane view of the world, basically. Luke Akehurst is the annoying right-wing twat in your politics degree course. Oh, 100% is. And he's never left that mindset. His mindset has been that specifically ever since then. In which year did you first publicly call for the expulsion of militant? So, never? Who made the greater contribution to the history of the Labour Party? Aneurin Bevan or Ernie Bevan? I'll get no points for that. Did you support British involvement in the following conflicts? Falklands, yes, 1 point. Gulf War, it's tough. I'll say no for the moment. Sierra Leone, yes, I was a supporter of that. Kosovo, probably not, and definitely not Afghanistan or Iraq. So there you go. I'm still -3 points now. -3 points. I've got 0 members of my CLP, so there's still 0. How many electors did you personally canvass voter ID in the 12 months for the last general election? Still 0. Well, I guess it doesn't make much difference to me. Okay, so I guess I will have my score at being -3 points. So I'm not going to become deputy leader anytime soon, chat. It is absolutely insane, yeah.
In the service of working people. done. 5 missions, better Britain. New border security energy, a new 6,500, those ambitions, decade. As chance status, a country, one. In land people, chaos and thank you.
Yeah, literally, Harold Wilson did win 4 elections, but he just doesn't like people from the left. I keep seeing people on like Twitter and things, all the left hated like Harold Wilson. No, we like Harold Wilson. We liked Harold Wilson at the time. Then it might have been some like, you know, genuine like real hardcore Trotskyists that maybe might not have liked him. But no, the left definitely did like Harold Wilson. We had our criticisms, but yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a few questions from the media now. The first question is from Faisal Islam from the BBC.
Thanks, Shadow Chancellor. You don't seem to want to match the Conservative triple lock plus policy, so it's possible that pensioners under a Labour government on the basic state pension would have to pay tax. Is that because you think it's a bad idea, or you'd like to do it and we don't have the money? And could there be an emergency budget if you win before the summer?
Well, thank you very much for that question, Faisal. Labour are absolutely committed to the triple lock for pensioners, to give them that security that the basic state pension will continue to rise by whatever is greatest out of inflation, average earnings, or 2.5%, and we give that commitment. But today is just another desperate gimmick from the Conservatives. Even before today, they had racked up £64 billion of unfunded tax cuts, and last night they offered us another one. The only reason that pensioners are looking for the first time at paying income tax on their basic state pension is because the Conservatives lost control of the economy, saw inflation soaring, and they have chosen to freeze the
I've not seen that Dame Girl, but I will check it out after this, yeah.
Personal allowance, not just in this Parliament, but going into the next Parliament as well. Now, I've been really clear. I want taxes to be lower. But I'm not going to make any commitment where I can't say where the money is going to come from. And on this one, the Conservatives have announced today the use of the money that yesterday they used to fund the conscription, the national service. So their numbers don't stack up. And unlike the Conservatives, I will never play fast and loose with the public finances. I want taxes.
Literally, it's just the same fucking canards over and over and over and over and over again.
To be lower. But I will only announce those changes when we can afford to do so. The next question is from Joel Hills at ITV.
Thank you, Rachel Reeves. Just to pick up on that, and to be clear, are you saying that those who rely on the state pension will pay income tax under...
Ask about anything other than pensioners, fucking hell.
A Labour government. And can you also just confirm that a Labour government would stick to the freezes, to the thresholds and allowances to income tax for the next 4 years, please?
Well, Joel, I want taxes to be lower, but unlike the Conservatives, I won't make unfunded commitments, because the truth about unfunded commitments is that no one can have any confidence that you can deliver on them. Because when Liz Truss made unfunded commitments around cutting taxes, what happened was that taxes didn't get cut, but what did happen is that mortgage rates and interest rates went through the roof. So no one should believe these unfunded commitments from the Conservative Party today. I want taxes to be lower. I want working people and pensioners to have more of their own money in their pockets. But the truth is, the only way that we can deliver that is through growing the economy.
Yay, bingo.
And that's why the policies that I've set out today, the vision that I've set out today, is all about growing our economy so that we can afford to sustainably cut taxes, including for pensioners, and have the money to invest in our crucial frontline public services.
Freeze, is that right?
We want taxes to come down, but we can't announce those reductions in tax unless we say where the money is going to come from. And that is...
Well, just tax the rich then. Just increase capital gains tax and reduce income tax.
The crucial difference between Labour and the Conservatives. Rishi Sunak is singing from the same songbook as Liz Truss, with making unfunded commitments around tax. That is the road to economic ruin. I will never play fast and loose with the public finances, because... I
wonder if we got how many times she said, I will never play fast and loose with the nation's finances. Is that the 5th time that she said that in 40 minutes? Or I guess half an hour? Like, she just said, I will not play fast and loose with the nation's finances over and over and over again. Just during, like, the election debate. If they did, like, a chancellor debate. Just repeating that line as an answer to every question. But somehow we don't have enough money to increase taxes from what Keir Starmer said yesterday. I mean, at least Beth Rigby finally questioned him about something worthwhile, saying, well, no, you don't There isn't no money. You have chosen for there not to be money by not taxing the rich, right? You could make that choice. Like, well, there's no money to do that. But you could make the choice there to be more money. There's no money for that. Like, come on. Like, at least it's now open. It's open it's open in the air for everybody to see. There is a choice to be made, a political choice, as to whether you mildly inconvenience the well-off or you take 500,000 children, 500,000 children out of poverty. And he's chosen the former. He's chosen not to mildly inconvenience some rich people.
When you do so, it is the finances of ordinary families and pensioners who are most at risk, and I will never take those risks. A question now from Sam Coates at Sky News.
Shadow Chancellor, you're brandishing today the letter from 120 business figures. Several of those are no longer in top jobs. There isn't anyone from the FTSE 100 on it. You will have tried to secure the backing of those people. Why do you think that is?
Well, I'm really proud of the...
Well, I mean, we've got 120 business owners, but have you had, like, the creme de la creme of the most expensive and richest people in the country backing you to be Prime Minister? I'm like, yeah, sure, let's get even more cucked out to capitalists, shall we?
Backing in that letter from 120 business leaders today, from businesses big, medium and small, across a whole range of British industries. And to have some people sign that letter, including Malcolm Walker from Iceland, who in 2015 endorsed the Conservative Party. So we're really proud to have that backing from...
Literally, we got the endorsement of the guy who supported the man who democided 330,000 people. That's the Labour Party of today. Not only do they have the backing of the billionaires and millionaires who backed David Cameron, who killed 330,000 people, they also adopted the policies of the David Cameron government that killed 330,000 people. And on top of that, when Rachel Reeves did a speech a couple of weeks back, it was introduced by Nick Bowles, who is one of the people at the centre of the David Cameron government, who killed 330,000 people.
Range of UK business leaders across a whole range of sectors. The next question is from Helia at Channel 4.
Morning, Shadow Chancellor. This morning you say that this changed Labour Party is the natural party for business in Britain. But speaking to one major union today, they asked and told me there's already a party for business. It's called the Conservative Party. They want to know who's going to be the party for workers. Or don't you believe that workers are as valuable anymore to the Labour Party?
A real question. Somebody asked a real question, chat. Somebody actually making the point that, actually, no, you can't be both pro-worker and pro-business. As soon as you take from one, you give to the other. Incredible. A journalism has occurred. Woo, woo, woo. This is the alarm. This is the alarm siren that sounds when a journalist actually does a journalism. I mean, it's true. They have abandoned workers. The union leaders are right that they've abandoned them in favour of chasing the big bucks of the super rich and the capital owners and the capitalist class, abandoning the roots of the Labour Party. But yeah, that's true. She will just argue that she can be both anyway.
Labour are a pro-worker and
if I'm
pro-business
going to
party,
live
recognising
rent-free in
that
his
you can't be
head.
one without the other. Labour are a pro-worker and pro-business party, recognising that you can't be one without the other. You can't be pro-working people unless you're pro the businesses that create the jobs and the prosperity.
There's no such thing as creating jobs. I hate this notion that somehow private sector is what creates jobs. No, demand creates jobs. That's what creates jobs. And then again, investment creates jobs as well. And you can get investment collectively through workers or from the state, not necessarily from businesses. This is a nonsense, the idea that somehow the needs of businesses and needs of workers are one and the same, when they are directly contradictory. This is a class conflict. Although I'm sure, despite the reasonable question about leaving workers behind, as the unions have clearly and well rightly pointed out, the journalist won't have any actual answer, any opportunity to be able to probe this just lie that she's telling. Yeah.
To ensure that good jobs are available all across our country. And you can't be pro-business unless you're pro-skilling up and supporting working people to fulfil their potential.
Okay, so it's not actually about working people getting more of a share of the pie. It's not about workers being paid more or having better benefits or having share ownerships of the company like the previous Labour policy of inclusive ownership funds was, to actually share the proceeds of businesses with the workers who generate the productivity that generates the wealth that then gets extracted by the capitalists in the form of profits, right? The unpaid labour, the unpaid wages of the workers within that company. No, it's not actually about whether or not these people get more money, more access to the wealth that's created within society. When she says pro-worker, what she really means is we want to ensure we have all of the training these people need so that businesses can therefore use them for more profit. Although we need skilled workers for these businesses.
I'm literally a communist.
We need skilled workers for these businesses, chat, so the businesses can flourish. We need to have human resources. Because that's all that she sees workers as, is the resources for the business to make money. Not indeed people who deserve a bigger slice of the wealth generated by what their labour produces. This is literally trickle-down economics. And the only way that she can paint herself as being pro-worker is in a way that is only beneficial to businesses. Because she wants the skills for workers so they are profitable for businesses, not so they make more money themselves.
And so I say that those two things are two sides of the same coin. And it is because I'm pro-working people and I want working people to be better off that I want to attract investment to Britain. I want businesses to invest in Britain and to create jobs here in Britain. And that's why I've committed to being the pro-growth Chancellor and to make this the most pro-growth treasury that our country has ever seen, because that is good for business and it is good for working people. And our New Deal for working people is a crucial part of our plan for growth to offer security.
Except it's been watered down massively. You're no genius, but surely scrapping the two-child benefit cap would create instant growth in the economy. If even I get it, it's simple. Yep, multiple economists have said this. Most respected economists have said this. The only people who aren't saying this are the Starmer Politburo within the Labour Party. Labour members, even like centrists, like centre-left, soft-left, whatever, members of the Labour PLP, think that the two-child benefit cap is a fucking stain on our country. But you know who doesn't agree with that? Pat McFadden, and he's the one who controls everything.
Security for working people and wages that you can support a family on. But you can only secure those things if this is a country that is good for doing business in. And the endorsement of those 120 businesses today is great news for working people if Labour get into office.
Meaningless. All meaningless means nothing. Bunch of bollocks. Just words. All you're doing is saying words, Rachel. All of these is just completely contradictory.
The next question is from Andy at Channel 5.
Thank you very much. Andy Bell at 5 News. Rachel Reeves, are you a socialist? And if you are, what do you understand by that term?
I've always called myself a social democrat, and what I mean by that is that I believe that children from whatever background they come from should get an equal start in life to the opportunities that our country offers. I believe in strong public services to support people all through their lives, from the cradle to the grave, and I believe that work should always pay and offer security to people. So that's how I would describe myself. But instead of fixating on labels, just look at what Labour governments have done in the past for working people.
Oh, so she's an ideologue after all that. After all that, she is an ideologue. And even then, again, she just described social liberalism, as I mentioned in the segment before. It's not socialism. It's not social democracy. Let alone socialism she's discussing here.
And look at the aspirations and the vision that I set out today and Keir set out in his speech yesterday. Christopher Hope from GB News.
Well, the fact that, like, what she said there about, everybody getting access to public services and believing in people having access to opportunity or whatever, like, how is that different from what Dan Poulter was saying when he defected from the Conservative Party?
Thank you, Shadow Chancellor. So you're not a socialist. Are you relaxed about company bosses getting very rich?
I want businesses to be successful, and that includes paying people at the top properly for the work that they do. But I'm also committed to turn the minimum wage into a real living wage so that ordinary working people also benefit when the economy grows and is successful. And it's why our New Deal for working people will also give to working people the security that should come and the dignity that should come from work.
Okay, so all the extra money that is going to go to workers, so you say, I don't think that's going to happen. But if you assume that's true, it's going to have to come from somewhere. It's going to either come from CEO pay and director pay, or it's going to come out of dividends and profits. It's going to have to come from somewhere in these businesses, Rachel. But of course, the answer, of course, is that, no, actually, CEO pay should be lower. We shouldn't have this gigantic gap between CEO and worker pay, because they don't do hard work. the average cleaner works harder than your average CEO and is far more useful to society. Again, because my distribution of goods and resources within a society should be based upon at least some level of utility, which market dynamics does not fulfill. Because under market dynamics, it's efficient to maximize competition for access to the best CEOs, but the marginal gain that you get from having a higher CEO is negligible to the higher utility that you gain from ensuring the people who do the hardest and most important work of, like making sure that our entire world is clean. We all remember the telephone sanitizer story from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? Treated as disposable, but actually is important to society. These people should be able to have a bigger slice of what our country produces, what we create, the wealth that our society creates. But of course, Rachel Reeves does not share this particular worldview. Police have dropped the investigation into Rayner. That's good. Yeah, exactly. Like the average pay versus CEO pay. Yeah, it's a good one. The average, there you go, look at that. Look at the massive increase since the Blair came into power. It's crazy shit.
Working hard, but for too many people doesn't exist today. Zena from the Derby Telegraph.
We're hearing a lot about change. Change is the key word in all of this. How quickly can you bring about change? You come into power potentially, but what can you do? What changes in business immediately? What's your first thing? We asked the question earlier about an emergency budget. Is that the secret to this? And how are you going to change things overnight?
Yeah. So I'll break that question down into two parts. First of all, what we'll do for business, and then also how we can improve our public services. We've committed to a reform of the planning system to get Britain building again. So updating the national policy frameworks and the list of nationally significant infrastructure projects so we can get Britain building again. Both housing, but also the crucial energy, digital infrastructure that we need to make our country a success. We've also committed to that reform of the apprenticeship levy to turn it into a growth and skills levy so that businesses can have that confidence to invest in their workforce. But the most important change that I can offer is to bring stability back to the economy, because it is this instability and the chaos that we've seen these last few years that have put businesses off investing in the UK. And unless we can bring that stability back, we will continue to chug
Only 3 minutes left, chat.
along the bottom in terms of our growth and our investment performance compared to our competitors. So the fiscal lock, the respect for economic institutions, the robust fiscal rules, and the pro-business approach that I would take as Chancellor, working in partnership with business, is how we would begin to turn our economy round. I'm under no illusions about the scale of the challenge after the last 14 years, but I know that our country, our great businesses, and our working people have immense potential. We just need to unlock it. But beyond that, we also need to start to turn around our public services. And actually, strong public services are also crucial for a successful economy. That's why we've committed to the 40,000 additional appointments every week in our National Health Service, by cracking down on tax avoidance and also ensuring that non-DOMs pay their fair share of tax here in Britain. And it's why we've said that there'll be VAT and business rates on private schools so that we can recruit an additional 6,500 teachers. Those are things that will be in our first budget, and we'll set out the date for that. You know, we want to get on and deliver the change that we're speaking about during the course of this campaign. Thanks very much to you, Zena. Lizzie Buchan next from the Daily Mirror.
There have been warnings that Labour's plans to scrap VAT exemption on private school fees will increase the pressure on struggling state schools. What would you say to the critics of that plan, and would you do an emergency budget before the summer so you could get on with this straight away?
Well, thanks very much for that question, Lizzie. The Independent Institute of Fiscal Studies has done an analysis of Labour's...
Bored now. Moving on. Sorry, Rachel. You bore the shit out of me. Again, just only the most incisive political analysis on the No Justice stream. It's me shouting bored at people. I'm just gonna get a drink 1 sec, and then we'll carry on with some other stuff. Gotta go for the fucking Nigel Farage shit. It's gonna be miserable, but it is what it is. Let me have a look and see what I've got on my list of subjects to cover today. True, actually. I mean, again, if we're gonna... I've mentioned Nigel Farage, so we have to do it.
birthday. This comes from your good friend Aidan. Now, it's a bit early in the day, so all I've got actually is coffee, but I hope you enjoy a few pints with the lads tonight. Up the rah! This message
Up
is
the rah, Nigel. Seriously? Can't. It's just too funny. Still too funny. Oh, the Radio 4 clip. Yes, thank you. You shoot me the link again, Scrubby. I've lost it. Ian Duncan Smith is hosting a menopause awareness event. Of course he is. Right, NWA, how you doing? I fucking love that Farage clip. It's so funny. No, but the Farage has been doing the rounds over the last couple of days, and my god, some of the clips are absolutely fucked. Remember, chat. Sorry. Remember, chat, if you're enjoying the stream, you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 or for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. That gets you access to a free subscription every single month by throwing Bezos bucks my way. Using your Prime subscription to get your free sub gets you access to my archives, my ad-free viewing, my static and animated emotes in Twitch chat, as well as helping to support the stream. If you want messages read out on Twitch, 100 bits gets you text-to-speech. If you want a message read out on YouTube, you need to have super chats and you need to do a super chat. I'll read out all super chats on stream regardless of value, as long as it's not rude. You can become a member on YouTube, which is just 99p. Which gets you access to my static emotes in YouTube chat, as well as my archive live streams, although the streams will be publicly available throughout the election period, which is cheaper than a can of Red Stripe. But the best way to support the stream is by gifting memberships on YouTube. Again, at only 99p each, helps boost the stream and the algorithm, helps spread the love around as well. 1 hour, 49 minutes and 35 seconds. Thank you. Let's have a listen.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Hey, Scouts Rock, good to see you re-up here. 11 months of membership. Welcome to the stream back, as always.
Good morning.
1 minute, 49 and 35 seconds.
Well, with its heartland of unions and regular working people, should it be doing that? My next guest, I'm sure, has a view. Jonathan Reynolds, the Shadow Business Secretary. Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it where you should be, hand in glove with big business as Labour?
It's absolutely what is required for the economy to grow more strongly than it has done for the last 14 years. So if you look at what business figures are saying today, they're saying it's time for change, and only Labour has a plan to seriously grow the economy. And of course, that is what businesses need, a stable environment, a competitive environment to be in. But this is about...
Thank you for the 10 gifted, Scouse Raw. Appreciate for your continued support and generous, very generous support of the stream. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate
Fucking neoliberalism.
Fucking neoliberalism.
About what will benefit working people, and of course a big part of our package is our proposals, a set of proposals to make work pay, more secure employment, more dignity, respect in the workplace, and higher wages. But unless any future government gets business investment up, because it's the lowest in the G7, gets better productivity, gets stronger economic growth, look, the questions on living standards and public services, the stagnation we've seen for the last 14 years will only continue, and that is what we've got to break out of. And it's significant that business itself is coming out today and saying only Labour has the plan to do that.
Some business, let's be clear on
what's the Labour plan to grow the economy? Apparently PFIs are coming back for critical infrastructure projects.
Not every business owner is in that camp yet. You've still got a convincing job to do, and your leader said as much yesterday. But it is a high number. It is on the front page of the Times, and it is, as you say, what they have said around stagnation. May I ask you, as the Shadow Business Secretary, are you a socialist?
Yes, I would describe myself as a Christian socialist in the best traditions of that, because that's about putting people first. And of course, to do that, you've got to have a set of proposals, set of policies that will deliver for people. And if you look at what the UK needs right now, it is an economy that grows more strongly, that gives people higher living standards. I mean, the fact this is a parliament where people are worse off at the end of it than at the beginning, I think should be the entire frame for the general election campaign.
I mean, it's a fine answer. Well, socialism is when you put people first. I'm like, I think socialism is when you put people first, but that's a part of socialism, not that socialism is defined by that. But, then he lists off a bunch of canards that are like election slogans rather than, talking about worker ownership, a bigger, worker slice of what is the remuneration of the productivity of society, which is actual socialism. But of course, we can't have the scary Marxism, can we?
So I want a better society, a fairer society, but that requires working in partnership with business, with unions, to give the UK the kind of economy it needs.
If you look at the definition of socialism and...
Right, okay, so I'm a socialist because I believe in a fairer society which involves working with businesses. Well, you're not a socialist then, okay?
People may debate it. It's a theory or system of social organisation based on state or collective ownership and regulation of the means of production, distribution and exchange for the common benefit of all members of society.
True. Wow. A journalism has occurred again. Wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo. Actual journalism occurred. The alert has fired. Again, second time this stream. This is the definition of socialism, is when there's collective ownership of the workers, when there's a collective ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. It's interesting specifically that she said state or collective, because people will usually say this definition, just say state, because they'll do the whole socialism government does stuff meme. But no, collective is true. But of course, collective, I guess, is less means workers than it otherwise should do. But
some may be concerned by what you mean, saying you're a socialist. Sir Keir Starmer said he was also a socialist yesterday. How is that different to Jeremy Corbyn being a socialist?
Well, look, that feels a bit sort of academic as a debate, I think.
You sat around his cabinet table, as did 12 of the others who are still around yours.
I didn't.
Well, jumbly crumbly concrete, you've touched the jam, man. You have been infected with the jam. Have you not wiped yourself clean of the jam yet, Mr. Reynolds? How can we trust you with your hands still covered in jam?
Actually, but I was on the front bench.
You did on the front bench, forgive me, but Sir Keir Starmer was very much his right-hand man.
Well, I don't think that...
Oh shit, this is literally the nationalised sausages woman. Oh, okay, fair enough. Socialism is indeed...
To live rent-free in his head.
Yeah. I mean, clearly she read the definition wrong, because as far as I'm concerned, socialism is a model of economic organisation in which you have state or collective ownership of the means of production, distribution and exchange of sausages, specifically. Fearless journalism from Miss Emma Barnett here. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't even notice.
That is correct, but look, sometimes in a political party you've got to serve. I did a job as the shadow economic secretary, which is about the city and financial services. We were facing a no-deal Brexit. We needed people in Parliament to make sure we had the right things in place. Sometimes in politics you've got to serve and you don't get to pick exactly how you'd like that configuration to be, but that's about public service.
Sorry, what I just wanted to say was, if I may, you may say it's an academic point, but there are a high number of people around your table, the shadow cabinet table, who were also around that same table with Jeremy Corbyn. And Jeremy Corbyn said he was a socialist, and now Sir Keir Starmer yesterday said at the beginning of this general election campaign, in response to a question from the BBC's political editor, he too is a socialist. And our listeners this morning are hearing that the shadow business secretary is a socialist. They may not have any issue with that. They just want to understand what is the difference between those two.
No, look, they will want to know how people describe their own politics, the values that they have got, but they'll also want to know what they want to do.
Yeah, it's interesting she had to say they might not have a problem with that, though, as if that's somehow surprising that people might have a problem with the idea of being a socialist. I mean, Labour literally has on the back of its member cards, Labour is a democratic socialist party. You wouldn't think it was, based upon the policies or the actions or the people or the beliefs or anything we've seen from the Labour Party since 2020. But technically, which is the best kind of correct, Labour is apparently still a democratic socialist party at time of recording. Sort of. So yeah, like them calling themselves socialists shouldn't be a problem, but they're treating it as it's like some kind of groundbreaking moment that somebody is, oh, they've said the S word, the naughty S word, Joseph Stalin's going to come out of the woodwork and they're going to blare the red flag over the PA as soon as Keir Starmer stands on the steps of Downing Street. Like, what? What is this line of questioning? And on top of that, also saying, well, you say that you're a socialist. Jeremy Corbyn said he was a socialist, therefore it must be terrible. You know who else was a vegetarian? Adolf Hitler. That's the kind of, like, guilt by association that we're doing here, when of course, you know, socialism is good. This guy isn't a socialist, but I like Jeremy Corbyn because he is one. So
that's what people will judge any politician on. And when it comes to the economy, when you look at who's offering the stability economic growth comes from, the industrial strategy we need, ambition on net zero, making the Brexit relationship work better with the European Union, doing planning reform to get things.
None of these are socialist, though. None of these are actually meaningfully socialist at all. Like, what are you talking about, John? Like, what the hell is going on in this entire interview? Just like, oh, well, you know, you're a socialist. That's scary, like the Jam Man. Well, actually, I call myself a socialist, but really we talk about our policies, none of which are meaningfully socialist whatsoever. What am I listening to?
Built in the UK, making the apprenticeship levy more flexible so businesses can invest in their skills and workforce. That is what Labour is offering. That is why Labour has changed to offer a kind of platform like that. And that is what business is endorsing today. And that's always...
So you're not a socialist then?
Going to be what people will, I think, choose their vote in this general election on. And the fact that we've got such a significant endorsement from leading business figures today, I think is testament to our plans for the future, and that we can give people and offer them some hope for a better future.
So it's capitalist flavoured socialism?
Look, I'd say...
Chat. You know what this is, right? You know what this is being talked about. You know what Labour are going to bring to the table when they get elected, chat? Marxist capitalism. It's time. The Marxist capitalist era has arrived. Let's go.
Sounds like a sort of university seminar, to be honest.
It doesn't. I'm hosting a programme here. I know exactly how to talk to our listeners and to you, I hope. You can tell me if it sounds like a seminar. Maybe that's a good thing. We're in a general election campaign.
Well, I think...
Well, clearly, Jonathan, you don't understand social democracy from a Marxist perspective if you don't think that Keir Starmer being elected will advance the class struggle. Sorry. I couldn't help myself, chat. I couldn't help myself.
Basically how people describe themselves. I would call myself a Christian socialist, a progressive. I think the best traditions, the things that have been delivered in the UK, whether it's the national parks or the NHS, have come from people from a similar background to mine. But I could also point to the fact that the economy has tended to grow more strongly under those kinds of politicians, because people have been at the heart of their plans. Good jobs, good work, the kind of jobs you can raise your family around, have dignity, have a good place to live, not be...
The thing is, the problem here, again, as has been pointed out in chat, now that it's an election period, there's more of an onus on the journalists to be more engaging in scrutiny and be a little less partisan. So the questions are a little bit more focused than they were before the election period. And what is interesting from this entire interview so far, which is obviously pathetic on both counts from both sides here, but at least Emma Barnett is trying to have an actual conversation about ideologies, about values, about the kind of society these people want to create. And yet Jonathan Reynolds, like every other Labour frontbencher, is expecting the kind of interviews that they got for all of the last 4 years preceding this moment, where it was just all puff pieces, it was all client journalism, it was all softball. Oh, you won't be nasty big bad leftoids, will you? Oh, okay, well here's a free run at the next election. What actual scrutiny? I thought this was a platform for us to talk about our policies and our delivered lines, our pre-written script that we reel off in every discussion as like a robot, because that's what's been drilled into us by the Starmer Politburo. And he's not got that. He's got probing questions over his own personal beliefs. And he's just kind of broken. Like, his mind's broken. He's just gone like, a bit of jobs, fiscal rules, stability, change, security, tool maker, nurse, rather than actually substantively engaging with the question that he's been asked here. This is a really, really wild interview.
working full-time and reliant on a food bank. That's the kind of economy that I want, and I think it's the kind of economy a lot of people, whether they're in business, whether they're trade unionists, whether they're just casting their vote for the first time in this general election, I think that's the kind of economy they want to.
I think they might just be confused, and that's all I'm trying to clear up, as to, you may say you're different to the Conservatives, but are you really different to Jeremy Corbyn if he too is a socialist and you are a socialist, and you talk about those great traditions? You've tried to put clear water between those two parts of the Labour Party, and I think it's only fair to draw listeners' attentions to what might also be the similarities. If I could just come on to taking what...
Again, literally, just... you've not answered my question about how similar you are to the Jam Man. Do you condemn the Jam Man? Do you condemn Jeremy Corbyn? We will not continue this interview until you've condemned Jumbly Crumbly Concrete the Bad Man and his sausage nationalising agenda.
What you've just said, though, about what you'd like to do for the country.
I'm actually very right-wing.
Listeners have a right to understand what will be cut, as well as what will be costed and funded. You are the Shadow Business Secretary. Rachel Reeves has set out Labour plans for a real terms increase of 1% public spending across the board. But the Institute for Fiscal Studies, which you have all repeatedly said on your bench that you respect, has checked it out and said once you factor in spending commitments that are protected, like the NHS, some departments will face cuts on current spending plans based on those plans. What are you going to cut if you get power?
Look, those plans you've correctly described are the current Conservative spending plans which any government would inherit. That is just the situation as it stands. The point of what we're trying to get across in the campaign, and the speech that Rachel's going to be giving today, is the reason we're facing that position is that we've got a situation where people are paying quite high levels of tax by historical standards, but not getting what they want from public services because growth has been so low. So the answer is not to cut things, it's to make the economy grow more strongly. I think the kind of measures I've just outlined.
But you will have to if you want to stick to those spending plans. Or indeed you could pass an emergency budget, which could include austerity and cuts to budget so that you bring debt under control as per your fiscal rules, which Jeremy Hunt is flouting those same fiscal rules that he sticks to that Rachel Reeves has. Or indeed you could pass an emergency budget that increases corporation tax, increases capital gains tax, or creates a wealth tax on like the super rich. You could do all of those things immediately upon coming into power. But you don't want to do that. So if you want to fit within your fiscal rules, you're going to have to make cuts, or you're going to have to break the fiscal rules. There's a reasonable question you're being asked here, Jonathan.
Are genuine practical things that would make an immediate difference, improve investment in the UK, improve productivity, make the economy grow more strongly, and that has got to be the answer. Let's have some optimism for the future. Let's talk about how, with the brilliant things we've got in the UK, the economy could perform better, and we wouldn't be facing that choice. But I accept that is the picture under the Conservative Party, but I'm running in this general election because I don't want that future for the UK. I don't want it for my constituency. I know things can be better, and we've had this endorsement from business today to say yes, they agree, and that's what they want to see.
I do need to caveat that here. Some business. It is that number of businesses and entrepreneurs we heard from one of them just before. Are the people of Hackney North and Stoke Newington going to be allowed to feel that optimism with a Labour candidate of the name Diane Abbott in this general election or not?
Oh, look, we've had a general election that only the Prime Minister seemed to know about. We are almost complete in our candidate selection.
The problem is, the reason I'm asking... No, you can, because the reason I'm asking is our colleagues at Newsnight have found out that the Labour investigation into whether Diane Abbott is allowed back into the party was actually completed in December of last year. Months and months ago. You've got 5 days to figure out whether Diane Abbott, a trailblazer in your party, can come back. It is time to say, is she coming back?
Look, the process we have in the Labour Party is frankly not one that any politician in the Labour Party decides, so I can't give you an answer on that.
Give me your opinion.
We want that situation resolved. We all want to see that resolved.
What's your opinion?
I think that I can't...
Honestly, I tell you what, chat. I tell you what. This election cycle is going to break me. Just listening to these Labour people just constantly repeating aphorism and canard after aphorism and canard over and over and over again and not answering the question is going to break my brain. It is literally actually going to make me, literally is going to Fuck, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna have an aneurysm live on stream. I'm gonna burst a blood vessel just hearing them go this independent thing, blah 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 blah. We all want to see this thing, but I don't have a clear answer. Just not answering any of the questions. I'm gonna fucking scream. I'm going to scream. I'm going to lose my mind on camera, live. You're all gonna be there to witness that. I hope you know that. Yeah, literally, spontaneously combust into physical expansion. Yes, this evasion and lying will be the Starmer government defined. Speaking of lying, and speaking of the clip that we've just watched there, let me find the fucking tweet, because my god, this story is crazy. This story is absolutely crazy. Let me find it. Let me find the, because Owen Jones tweeted about it. Here's my bookmarks. Make sure to clip it, yeah. Yeah, literally, it's going to be a combination of those two emotes. Also, welcome Andy the Cupid. Thank you for the kind words about my affiliate anniversary. Welcome in. Labour and Paula Vanel's cut from the same cloth, literally. Literally. Got 5 more weeks of this claptrap. 5 more weeks of we've changed Labour, Dad was a toolmaker, Mum was a nurse, repeated over and over again to the point of insanity. Yep. Yep. You're going to watch me slowly lose my mind live. It's going to be fun. If that sounds like your cup of tea, you can become a member for 99p, or you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 if you really want. Diane Abbott, trailblazer, as she is described essentially in every single interview regarding this subject. One of the first black women MP in this country. Continually maligned. The person who receives more abuse online than all other MPs combined. Which is a fun fact about the world that Diane Abbott inhabits. Somebody who was a little bit gaffe-prone, who I've been very critical of previously. One thing I was critical of was the letter that she wrote to the Observer, which led to her suspension from the Parliamentary Labour Party and the removal of the whip, or the suspension of the whip, pending an investigation. Pending an investigation. This independent investigation, which of course, actually, as has been pointed out in chat, isn't actually independent. That's for members. The NEC decides whip issues, right? So when it came to a disciplinary process for this letter that she wrote, which made some pretty slapdash comparisons between certain groups based upon colorism and racism, that I'm not going to relitigate for you right now. I've said my piece on this already. But broadly, I think she's been treated horribly, and she has been sitting there as an independent in the Commons with the whip suspended for months and months and months and months and months. Now, what's happened today is a bombshell. A bombshell has been dropped about just how corrupt, just how unscrupulous, just how ridiculous the internal Labour Party politics is, and how monumentally terribly and awfully she's been treated by the Labour leadership. She's been treated absolutely horrendously. And here's the proof. Here's the proof. Whilst clearly she'd been left in limbo for a very, very long time about this, she wasn't left in limbo in terms of the decision that was made by the NEC, who are the people who are actually supposed to decide these things. Labour's investigation into suspended MP Diane Abbott's racism comments finished 5 months ago. 5 months ago this finished while she's been sitting around in limbo. A source says she was given a formal warning in December of 2023. She was required to do an online anti-Semitism course, which she did in February. She said she wouldn't do originally, but she then went and did it. And what's happened is she's been given a formal warning. That's it, formal warning. No other problem in terms of whether or not she should be a member of the party, for example, whether she should still have the whip suspended, which again is at the behest of Sir Keith himself. It's not an independent process because that's just for memberships rather than whether or not you have the whip for the election. And she still does not know whether or not she'll be able to stand as the Labour candidate in Hackney on July the 4th. The election has already been called. She's been waiting for 5 months since the decision on this was made, and she was given an official warning, but wasn't actually offered any actually real sanctions. She still doesn't know after 5 months whether or not she is going to be the candidate for the seat that she's held for decades and decades and decades as the trailblazer, quote unquote, that she is. How utterly corrupt and monstrous the internal processes are in the Labour Party that will treat such an important MP as Diane Abbott like this. Again, I am full of criticism for her. I do not think she's perfect, far from it, and I think that her career in politics is one of being a little bit gaff-prone, somebody who needs to think before they speak more often, and who has made more than one clumsy comment in the past. But none of that precludes her from being an important member of Parliament and somebody whose politics I greatly respect in terms of how she approaches social justice and socialism as a political party candidate. And the fact that she's still waiting for a ruling on whether or not that she can stand as a candidate in the next election is ridiculous. This is absolutely shameful, but of course, she's a member of the Labour left. She's a leftist, she's a socialist, and therefore she is persona non grata in our political sphere, and nobody cares. Nobody does care about it. In fact, Victoria Derbyshire, I've praised in the past, is one of the only people who seems to want to report on this stuff and care about her. The people in the question time audience, they'll ask about Diane Abbott, for example. We'll press them on what's happening with the Diane Abbott whip problem. But now, in terms of internal Labour Party politics, the right-winger in control, she gets treated like shit and she has basically no recourse because they control all the levers of power internally within the party. At the same time, when, as has been pointed out by JDM, when we already have a bunch of problems about how people of colour are being treated by the Labour Party leadership more broadly. This was outlined in the Ford report, and he said that he hadn't even heard back from them about his recommendations around the hierarchy of racism within the party. And the fact that she's still being treated like this is beneath contempt. It's absolutely terrible. And according to Victoria Derbyshire, she understands that a veteran MP is angry, depressed, and worn out by the way she understands. Oh, fucking hell. She understands the veteran MP is angry, depressed, and worn out by the way she's been treated by Labour, and as well she should be, because she has been treated appallingly, absolutely appallingly. What Labour is trying to do is leave it too late for her to run to apply as an independent. It's obvious, isn't it? Exactly. Running down the clock. They tell her no, she can't run as independent. They get to appoint some Labour to win, Labour right lackey into her position in a very, very safe seat. That's the point. That's the point. And Owen Jones made a really good point about this as well. Keir Starmer has repeatedly told the public the investigation into Dabin is ongoing, so he can't get involved. That turns out to be yet another lie. Meanwhile, his allies have been protected for behaviour ranging from racism to sexual harassment, exactly readmitting people like Neil Coyle, for example, and Rupa Huck, for example, with no actual real kind of punishment, especially for Neil Coyle, considering the kind of things that he did. No problem. No problem letting Angela Smith back into the party despite her working for a private water company, for example. On top of that, and as has been pointed out again by Jones, to be clear, this means that the decision about Diane Abbott's future rested with the chief whip, who reports directly to Keir Starmer. Starmer knows this. He chose to lie to the public over and over and over again about the investigation being ongoing. This man incessantly lies. He is apparently addicted to dishonesty, which is true. The man is a craven serial liar. Constant liar. He can't get away with lying. He is intentionally dishonest. And he gets away with it because no one ever questions it. Like even the Victoria Derbyshire tweet, when the only piece of actual journalism being done about this, she doesn't even mention the fact that what this is a clear lie in how Keir Starmer has presented this issue to the public when questioned about it. Utterly craven behaviour from a profligate party that's facing zero scrutiny. Read this conversation in light of the facts. Absolutely shameless stuff. Keir Starmer approached Abbott in a conversation overheard went like this. Let me know if there's anything I can do. You could restore the whip. Which again, is down to him and the chief whip. I understand, just let me know if there's anything that you can do. Restore the whip, I understand. Literally. That's the point. And again, he still lied about the reality of the situation behind this. Again, a party that is okay to welcome Christian Wakeford, to welcome Dan Poulter, to welcome Natalie Elphicke, has been pointed out in chat, will treat its own long-serving, constantly, the people who are constantly the victims of racist and misogynist abuse, constantly, will treat them worse than conservative defectors who stand against everything Labour purport to believe in. It's shameless. It's absolutely shameless and shameful. And here is what Andrew Fisher, somebody who I greatly respect, said on the subject in LBC today.
You're going to come on TV and claim it's an independent process, I've got nothing to do with it.
Sure.
This is in the hands of the Chief Whip, who's appointed by Keir Starmer. They meet weekly, at least, often daily, to discuss issues. The idea that this hasn't been discussed with Keir Starmer and this decision doesn't rest ultimately with him, because if the Chief Whip does something he doesn't like, he's out of the job, or she's out of the job, whoever it may be at the time. So this is, it's the dishonesty here, not the fact that there's factionalism within the Labour Party. As you and I know well, that exists. I've been through a suspension myself back in 2015 and was reinstated. But look, we are where we are. Diane Abbott has been a lifelong member of the party, an MP for 37 years, not just an MP, but the first black woman MP, one of the most prominent black people in this country, frankly, and to be treated like dirt by the Labour Party that she's given her life to, whether you agree with her politics or every statement she's ever made or not, is irrelevant. It's just despicable, really. And actually, whether she decides, she wants to stand at the next election, whether she chooses, hopefully she'll be allowed to stand as a Labour MP if that's what she wants, or a Labour candidate, rather. But, the way she's been treated is appalling.
Would you like to see her, if she isn't allowed, do you think she should stand as an independent, as Jeremy Corbyn has done?
Look, I wouldn't want to see that. As I said, I want to see her as a Labour candidate. But look, that would be a decision for her constituents. And we shouldn't forget, her CLP reselected her as a candidate in August 2022. The members in...
And again, the CLPs keep getting overruled. The CLP in Islington North absolutely wanted Jeremy Corbyn, and they've had a private healthcare CEO foisted upon them. Again, as Becca points out in chat rightly, Keir Starmer has stolen the Labour Party through lies, through deception, through continual and serial lies. It's shameful. It's despicable, as Andrew rightly points out, as he rightly points out on top of all of this. Isn't lying to the public meant to be a resigning matter according to the Nolan principles of public life? Well, not necessarily, because people don't seem to care about these kind of principles anymore. And on top of that, nobody cares if Keir Starmer lies, especially if it's not to the left. Again, people who are not legitimate political actors in the eyes of our media class and our broader political discourse, right? The sensible centrists believe them to be not the adults in the room. So they get to be treated like dirt. They get to be treated like persona non grata. They get to be constantly sidelined and not allowed to have access to the same, proper channels of remuneration as everybody else does. And of course, on top of that, the genuine hypocrisy of these liberals who will look at this and say, oh, well, actually, no, he has to say these things because we need to get into power. All of these people who say, well, it was justified to be a little bit footballified, a little bit deceitful, because, the ends justify the means of getting into power. When Boris Johnson was doing this stuff, oh, no, it was the end of the world. Oh, no, Boris Johnson lies. This is the end of democracy. This is him, completely undermining the public office he holds. He demeans his public office by telling such obvious and brazen lies, both in the chamber and outside of the chamber. Of course, Keir Starmer is far more choosy with his words when he's inside the chamber because he knows the difference between what happens inside and outside of the chamber. But they don't care when it's Keir Starmer because they are happy to lay waste to their principles as long as it's their team. If it's their guy, then they're fine with lying. So when the other team does it, it's bad. And at no point did it ever, at all, at no point did they ever consider that, maybe the people on the right wing believes themselves to be right. They believe they have the correct ideology. They believe they're fighting for the greater good. And when Boris Johnson lies, they think, well, he's not demeaning his public office. He's just doing what's necessary because the ends justify the means. And of course, when everybody believes in every political circle that their side is the correct one to justify lying to advance their cause, That means everybody lies, and we end up not being able to trust our political system, and we end up with the absolute mess that we're in right now, where everybody lies, no one is liked, our political system has no buy-in from our population, and people are constantly showing support for the end of democracy and authoritarianism, because of course they would. All of our politicians are completely deceitful, untrustworthy liars. But at least us here on the left have politicians that we know are truthful, that we're happy to support, and call both sides out for lying. But both the left and the right, the liberals, and the right, seem to be very, very fine with scrutinising liars on the other team whilst absolving their own. Because they're hypocrites. They don't want a heightened political discourse. They don't think that demeaning public office is a problem. They just want political weapons to attack their opponents with. It's cynical politics. It's cynical politics from cynical people. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of these people, honestly, because this is where we've ended up. A toxic, a destroyed political discourse in this country that is basically unsalvageable at this point. And you know what the victims of this are? The people who genuinely want real political change, which is us here on the left. Who hold principles and stick to them. But, maybe that's just student politics to have principles. It's the politics of protest and not power. You're just an activist with your principles and your values and your ethical beliefs. It's just honestly, and I really do hope that Diane Abbott, really properly pushes this line, because you can't just get away with blatant lies, not just like little white lies or deceptions or distortions of reality or whatever, or, being economical with the truth, quote unquote, direct and explicit lies. Ask the direct question, what is happening about Diane Abbott's suspension? It is a matter not for me. It is explicitly a matter for him. His whip that he's appointed is the one who's not made the decision. Therefore, it is in his hands and nothing has happened about it. This is a complete and obvious lie. But no, I guess it's not an issue, chat. Everyone believes they're the good guy. This is why material analysis matters. Why self-reflection is something you owe yourself, your family, and your society. Because it means anyone can be wrong. Well, exactly. Yeah, 100%. 100%. No, exactly. Keir Starmer is 100% unfit for public office. I fully believe he's unfit for public office. I've seen it already, Satnav, but I appreciate you linking it. Like, you could not fucking pay me to vote Labour. Any seat, I would not vote for them. I don't give a shit. I love you, Nadia Whittam. I love you, honestly. But if I was in Nottingham East, you would not be getting my vote. I'm not. You're supporting this man? I can't do it. No, it's not okay. Like, this disgusting behaviour tells you everything about how he's going to govern, like he's not going to renationalise the railways when he gets into government. Yeah, exactly. They've proven to be cravenly untrustworthy individuals. You joined the Greens on the day Sunak announced the election. Welcome, welcome. Again, I have my problems with the Greens, but they're the best we've got. Right. Or maybe like Zara Sultana and Nadia Whittam would be like the two people who could get me to vote for Labour, but at least the Greens are democratic, literally. Yeah, I get you, Nathan. Yeah, it's true. Now we're joining the Greens are going somewhere. I think that's like the clutch, isn't it? I think the clutch is like you can vote for a Labour candidate if you have 100% certainty that they're going to break with the whip if it's necessary to do so. No, Rosie Duffield will get like a fucking like a gilt-edged position somewhere. I'm almost certainly sure. And Marshall cut over as a transphobe. How am I to decide where our vote goes when everyone is lying and making maneuvers and excuses to get a seat? Well, that's why I'm going for the Greens, because at least you know they believe what they say and they say what they believe. All this pressure to want to build the houses that I'm telling them they need to fucking build, because the NIMBY shit is infuriating. But they stick to it and say, you know, we need to have the right homes in the right place, the right price, right? Even when it's clear that they are doing something that the country massively opposes, i.e. stopping the construction of housing, they stick to their principles of being NIMBYs, I guess, but... You know, all the other principles are good, though, so... I mean, I've been really tempted to just message Zach Polanski and just go, like, your messaging is off. You need to change your messaging, change your tactics, change your target seats. Like, if the Greens want to message me and say... Helena, we would like you to help us with our political strategy. And I'm like, I'm so down with helping with the political strategy because I know exactly the kind of things that we should be saying. But they should be tracking who they're canvassing as well. But then again, they've got fewer resources than Labour do. Yeah, I will have to, Kazuku, yeah. Well, just one sec, chat. I need to go get a drink. Talking specifically about the Greens having a platform that, you know, young people would be interested in. What is interesting as well is just how few of the main political parties seem to care about young people at all. In fact, seem to performatively hate young people. I mean, take the Tories, for example. Take the Tories with their national service plan, essentially not being done because they think it's got any broad utility, but being done as like a red meat policy to get boomers on side. Now you see the launch thing that BBC News talked about where they said, well, it would actually, you know, give children and give kids the idea, because I think adults are going to be the ones doing it, even so young people, I guess, to give young people like the kick up the backside they need to get involved in society and get a little bit more in touch with the community or whatever. I'm just like, well, how is it going to do that anyway? And second of all, I mean, the thing that would least make me as a young person in touch with community is if I was being forced to do it. And on top of that, what community, right? What community? Like, the Tories have destroyed community. Neoliberalism has destroyed community. Neoliberalism has destroyed the social fabric and the social contract, right? Maybe if we rebuilt the social contract, we wouldn't need to try and get people to be forced to do community service. People would want to volunteer. People would want to support their community. I like supporting my community, but I understand for most people, the rot, the poison of cultural neoliberalism has made people very individualistic, has cut away the kind of social role of people engaging with community for the benefit of everybody, because that's not what neoliberalism espouses. That's not market fundamentalism. Like, what financial value can you gain? What market transaction are you engaging in by helping out in your community? You're not actually doing that. So the idea of this community spirit has indeed died already. And yes, they're going to try and force kids to do it. Again, no old people did community service. It's just things that they think young whippersnappers should be doing. When really and truly, the ones who've been doing real civic duty over the last 4 years, it has been young people who are the ones who gave up their future, or gave up their present. They gave up their present and some of the best years of their life staying indoors during the pandemic, specifically to protect the older generation, who now, after voting away all of the security state, all of the welfare state for young people, all of the public sector for young people, who got all of the benefits of the increase in house prices that's now screwing young people out of home ownership, all of the benefits of the public sector sell-off that the young people now have no access to, who benefited from all of the defined benefit pensions that young people are never going to get access to either. Those are the ones who are saying, well, actually, young people, they get too much. They're work shy. They don't work hard enough. They need to go kick up the backside through enforced work from the state. And I'm like, I actually think as a socialist, I like the idea of community wealth building, community ownership, community work, community engagement, right? But it should be something that you do voluntarily. But the state should be able to help facilitate that, putting funding into programs to help youth engagement in community, to build up society, to rebuild that social contract. It would be a good thing. But forcing kids to do that because you've got this false perception that curtain twitching boomers think that young ruffians aren't engaging enough. I'm like, that's the failure of policy. People are a result of the material conditions of the society that they live in. It's not that young people now are specifically bad, when they're not. Actually, young people are more switched on than they've ever been in this country. They're more engaged. The world of social media, for example, has connected them to parts of the world they would never have engaged with otherwise. They've been very much a product of the fact that society has let them down after them actually taking a civic duty to protect the older people, who now throw it back in their faces whilst also voting away their own NHS, apparently, which they need as older people, where they have to pay for social care with selling their homes and gifting nothing to the generation who they've taken all the wealth away from, whose very high taxes pay for their lucrative state pension, that now the Tories are looking to quadruple lock, if you can imagine such a thing. Such ridiculous negative campaigning of, well, we don't have to care about young people, they're not going to vote for us, so we're just going to entirely campaign towards the interest of older people. And young people will not only will we not offer them anything, we'll denigrate them with the rest of our policy. And we'll try and sell it as some kind of edifying thing, like literal Arbeitsmacht-frei type bullshit. Like, no, we're going to set the young people free by giving them enforced compulsory work that they must do, or their parents will get fined or whatever. We'll not put them in prison, God no, but we'll fine their parents if they don't do our forced work, our enforced labour. Because we can't imagine a society that we could have created where they would want to freely engage in volunteer work, even though many of them already do, or facilitating apprenticeships, but because the fabric of society has been shut down, right? They say they want to help young people have a sense of community, to bring themselves into society. I'm like, well, actually, the easiest way to benefit like young people, to make young people responsible, to get young people engaged in society, is actually give them a stake in it. An actual stake in the society that's been created. Allow them the security to have a family, the council house for stability. Give them jobs that aren't just gig economy bullshit for Uber Eats with no perks, low pay, unsociable hours, and infrequent hours on 0-hour contracts, for example. But you're going to be your own boss. Nobody wants that. They want the security of employment. The Conservative Party is stripped out of our economy through the casualisation of our workforce and the reduction in trade union representation. These are things you could materially give young people, and don't want to do any of them. They hate young people. They hate young people, and they will literally use them as a political football to try and get old people to vote for them. Honestly, it's sickening just how much our political class hate young people, and it's not just the Conservative Party either. The Labour Party have clearly decided that they're not worth pandering to. They're not worth engaging with. Sure, they have votes for 16, but that was already policy under the previous administration. But where's the actual policy for young people? It isn't there. They've already said, for example, in terms of tuition fees, English Labour refused to rule out an increase in tuition fees when they say they want to change the system to make it more fair. They might have even more tuition fees and a bigger rise in tuition fees, which will affect young people the most because, we've got to make a choice between the NHS or tuition fees or whatever it might be, and we've chosen the NHS when they could choose progressive taxation. But again, yet again, they have ruled out inconveniencing the ultra-wealthy, the super-rich, the most wealthiest of the wealthiest, to ensure that they can shit on people who they believe to be electorally insignificant, the poor and the young. They've completely disregarded whether or not they'll vote for them. They want to build a future generation of voters by saying, we'll get you to vote earlier. Current voters, though, current young voters, no. We won't even properly promise you council housing. At least the Greens are promising that. They won't even give them the stability of changing our housing sector to be more council housing orientated. They're just letting the private sector have at it, to be the people who decide where and where the houses get built. That's what Labour are offering to young people. In Scottish Labour, Keziah Dugdale said they're probably going to have a look at reintroducing tuition fees where it's currently at 0 in Scotland. They'll take away everything from young people. Again, because they don't see them as an electorally viable part of the future coalition of the Labour Party. They just don't. And they know that the young people will have to vote for them anyway because there's nowhere else for them to go. If you're a young person watching this, please, for the love of God, vote for the Green Party. They at least treat you like a real person who is deserving of policies that are aimed directly at you, rather than taking away your free education, for example, in Scotland, or indeed increasing the cost of regular education in England and Wales. Can't even give us the bare minimum, literally, exactly. And on top of that, they won't even recognise the beliefs of the young people either. They won't even try and bring the beliefs of young people into the political fray. The future of our society, these people will be. The people who are trans-inclusive, who are progressively minded, who want to see a change in the political consensus. No, political consensus must remain, because these people in red wall constituencies think that everything that you believe is woke, for example. So we want to be anti-woke to win these people over. So whole swathes of young people's beliefs are being completely left at the wayside, even though that's the future of our society. Soon, millennials are going to be the biggest voting demographic. After 5 years of managed decline under the Labour Party, this is 60% of Zoomer voters who say they're going to vote for Labour, they're going to really feel like that they've been cheated out of their vote. They're going to feel really hard done by, and they're going to want to send their order back because it's not going to have delivered for them, because they've got nothing. They've got nothing. And all they've got in response to Tories talking about national service, was just a gimmick. They talk about the failures of society for young people, but they can't do it because they believe the same economic precepts. Why? Why can't young people just have anything? And again, we did have a very short period where young people were being pandered to, specifically in terms of policy, where there was a party that unapologetically fought for the interests of young people in this country. It was called the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn. There was a reason why young people would flock to Jeremy Corbyn. Finally there was a politician who took our concerns seriously, who treated us not as being students or naive or too young to care, or they're an electoral demographic who, they'll vote for us anyway, but not in large enough numbers, because the increase in the cohort size of the electorate increased under Jeremy Corbyn because people who previously wouldn't vote went to vote as well. That's the problem, is that they were trying to increase the amount of people as part of the electoral base for Labour, a sound electoral strategy, knowing this is where the votes are going to come from later. And that legacy of winning over people who were previously completely politically disengaged, who didn't care about politics, making them care about politics to bring them into the fold of political engagement, has been run roughshod over by a political party that's laid them by the wayside and treated them like Trotskyists and anti-Semites for believing in a political project for once, for having the gall to want to see proper progressive change in this country. And that's the same kind of denigration that young people get. And then people like Aisha Hazarika will hand-wring, going, oh, isn't it terrible how the young people have been hard done by society? Yeah, you got what you wanted. You got what you fucking wanted, Aisha. This is the thing that young people had. We had a political party that deliberately campaigned for us, because they believed that, we can't just say, some young people will vote for Labour. Said, not enough young people are voting Labour. Not enough young people are supporting progressivism. Not enough young people are putting their cross in at the ballot box. We want to bring these in. Go it from 40% turnout for young people to 60% turnout for young people. Build a consensus where young people are brought with us, rather than treated as a given or derided entirely. No, can't have that anymore. Can't even have that anymore. That's the world that we live in, right? There's a picture that I shared on Facebook earlier on, specifically in response to somebody talking about where's the policies aimed at young people. This was the world in which policies were aimed at young people. And you know what? I miss this. I genuinely miss this excitement for a political leader. Literally, Ian Dunt saying, well, I can't remember the last time when there was an opposition candidate there was enthusiasm for. This is the man, this is the guy, this is what enthusiasm looks like. It might not win you an election. That's true. The strategy cannot just be, we need to have enthusiasm. It needs to have a political strategy to win. You know, that's where Labour was lacking in 2019, especially, and to a lesser extent in 2017. But at the very least, in 2017, loads of seats were won because young people who wouldn't otherwise have voted decided to get politically engaged, and they could have joined the Labour fold for their lifetime, and they have been thrown out into the trash by Keir Starmer's Labour, by the Liberal Democrats, by the Tories, of course they have been, and where has them left them to go? The SNP in Scotland, potentially, and the Green Party in England and Wales. I'm sorry to go on about this, because I really probably do go on about this too much. I despair for the world that we could have had of young people being engaged and having civic engagement. And that is never going to come to pass. And the civic engagement that we're going to have pandered to young people is going to be, you'll have to do national service.
That is a disgrace.
Your civic engagement will indeed be compelled to you, rather than something that will try and win you over through policy. And that's very sad.
Shut up, Wesley.
Yeah, shut up, Wesley. Do you think how many kids in that photo are living at home or being left skint through rents? Yeah, exactly. So depressing. Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. Thank you, Sally Dev. Vodka, and actually, it's lime cordial. Labour got the majority of votes in every age group except for 55 plus. Yep. Yeah, among the working age population, every single income category in the working age population voted plurality for Labour, apart from 100k plus. I'd squash if it's orange. If it's orange, it's squash. If it's lime, it's cordial. When was the last time I felt your vote meant anything? I mean, at least with the Greens, I feel like my vote means something. I feel like I'm voting for something that I positive that I want, rather than voting out of necessity. Blackcurrant's definitely squash, yeah. If you asked Zach if he's up for a political chat, yeah, I'd love to have him on. Problem is that older voters always outvote the young, even in 2017. Well, I agree. Like I said, he's even said at the time that the engagement of young people in 2017 was what Corbyn really won in 2017. And that maybe there was a chance to have a different leader who could create a broader coalition, but build on that support and those policies for 2019 to kind of have a grand bringing together of all of the wings of people who could have supported the Corbyn project, but were iffy on him on certain subjects, right? Find a real kind of unifying candidate who supported the same policies but was different electorally. You've brought young people in, and let's bring them forward towards like a grand coalition that could properly defeat the Tories in 2019 potentially. That's what I said at the time. But the Corbyn moment, even if it was just 2017, was worth it just for that. Because the future of this country is going to have to depend on what we bring to young people, and if they get scolded by Keir Starmer failing, they may never come back. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted, Katie. Thank you for the 10 gifted, Elwedo. And thank you, Bilderberg, for the 10 gifted, and Nick the Peasant for your 7th month of membership. Appreciate you all. You have, yeah, you have, Kev. It's been a while. Right. There's an hour left of the stream, chat. So I have to do it, unfortunately. I have to inflict Nigel Farage on you. Hey, Katie, how you doing? I'm glad that you found somewhere to hang, that you feel like you're represented, Kevin. Cordial, diluting juice, and squash are similar products, so the products known as cordials tend to be thicker and stronger, requiring less syrup and more water to be blended. That's what I usually find with lime cordial. Like, if lime cordial is too strong, it's it's very kind of bitter. Or sour, rather, sorry. Combined 270 viewers in the middle of the day is pretty good going. How many have we got on Twitch? Oh, shit. Wow, Twitch, almost at 75, which is the magic number for a partner. I mean, the YouTube stream so far has had almost 1,200 views just when it's been live, not even like the VOD later on. I mean, hopefully if we get this level of engagement continually increasing over the election period, we should be doing pretty well. Close to 300 combined at one point, definitely getting the momentum back. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, of course, it was frustrating to have to go to play. I mean, obviously, I enjoyed playing Magic and I enjoyed being in Naples, but it was frustrating to have to leave work behind because I really enjoy this. I enjoy my job. I enjoy what I do. I feel like I've got a purpose with what I do here. I feel like I'm contributing to something positive. And taking time away from that was frustrating. So, but we're back and we're ready to make even make more of a good go at trying to get this properly off the ground. I don't think so, Nathan, unfortunately. I think a protest to vote for another party is more important than a spoiled ballot. Check my subscription, see if there's anything else here. I wonder who's on Cross Question tonight. Yvonne McDonough. I'm not watching that then. Streamlabs. I prefer Streamlabs personally. I don't even know what the partner benefits even are anymore, now that you don't get the better revenue split. Sorry, chat, I'm just trying to find a good video of the Nigel Farage stuff to watch. VIP at TwitchCon. Apparently, Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves are doing a Q&A that we can watch as well. Yeah, screw. I won't. I will save you the. I will save you the Nigel Farage. Let's watch some Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer again. Oh, Airbus, or the ones that don't murder their whistleblowers. I literally checked. I honestly, I promise you, I checked before I flew out into Naples. I checked specifically to ensure I knew whether or not the EasyJet and Wizz Air, their inventory was Airbus or Boeing. I did that, absolutely did that.
Labour government is that we will return politics to service, because I think politicians should serve the country. I think we've had far too much self-entitlement in the last few years, so it'll be a government of service, and that means that what you think should happen matters, which is why we're going to now throw it open for a Q&A. I think we've got some questions. Anybody who's got a question or a comment, we're not going to filter this. We're not going to pick out only given individuals. So anyone who wants to say something, we want to hear from you. We'll stay for as long as possible to do that. Any question on any topic, or if you just want to say, I haven't got a question, but what matters to me is this, or why don't you consider that, is perfectly all right with us, because if we're here to serve you, then it's not a kind invitation.
You suck, McBain!
To hear your views. It's your right to give us your views. And I want you to exercise that right. So shall we kick off? Have we got a question? Yes, please.
Hi, Andrew Fleet, Airbus Public Safety and Security. I've been with Airbus for 2 years now. I have to say, I've never actually voted Labour, not yet.
That's all right, that's allowed.
Not yet. But I have for a long time been a big fan of Meg Hillier, the chair of the Public Accounts Committee. And I saw recently she was dubbed the Waste Finder General by the New Statesman. Prior to joining the Airbus family, I spent 5 years inside the Home Office, which was an interesting experience, on the Emergency Services Network programme, which I think has been failing to deliver for almost as long as this government. But, so my question, given hopefully there's little scope for tax rises, fingers crossed, would you make it a priority in government to take a good hard look many of the government procurement programs which are not, have been failing to give value for public money, given the amount of...
Is this guy like a think tank plant from the Taxpayers Alliance? Going, well, actually, there are loads of inefficiencies in the public sector. Blah, 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 blah. Like, no, we know there's no inefficiencies. We've seen this. There were the efficiency cuts. Didn't actually create more efficiency in the Cameron era. They won't do now either.
The waste there is,
Yeah, I'll start on that, and then Rachel and I do a bit of a double act, so we'll come in. The first thing is, on your point about tax rises, there have been far too many tax rises over recent years. The current Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has raised taxes more than any other politician, either as Chancellor or as Prime Minister. And we've always said consistently that putting more burden on working people is not the way forward, particularly in a cost of living crisis. Because in addition to those tax rises, which you've all had to bear, the energy bills have gone up, the food bills have gone up, you name it, everything else has gone up. So that isn't the way forward. What we do need to do...
What about taxes not on working people? What about taxes on people who don't work, like those who make money from capital gains, or people with lots of wealth who don't have to work? Why not taxes on them? Why not we actually talk about taxing these people to put into more public service funding?
What we do need to do is grow the economy. And we've been flatlining on the
big red
economy
button.
now for the best part of 14 years. And that's not good enough because it impacts on people's lives. Now, on your specific question on procurement, I think we can do a lot better on procurement. And I'd just give you 2 or 3 examples of that. There is too much waste, it's too slow, or we don't always get value for money. That is something which Rachel will bear down on. Try getting money out of...
To be fair, Bilderberg, because Rachel Reeves has read the blurb on the back of a Mariana Mazzucato book, she knows that consultancies are overused by the state. So they're going to roll back on the use of consultancies, which is a good thing.
Rachel in a hurry, and you'll just see how... No, but because Rachel understands that taxpayers' money is taxpayers' money, and therefore you should look after it as carefully as you'd look after your own money. With your own finances, you don't waste money on things that aren't value for money. Nobody does that, and it shouldn't be any different, which is the approach that Rachel takes. I do think there's a sort of... On procurement in particular, I do think there's a positive side as well, because if you take defence, which is obviously, the first priority of any government, then there's defence procurement, which at the moment isn't considered to be part of our economic growth, and it should be. And I think that we could take a quicker, better, more strategic approach when it comes to procurement in defence. But Rachel, over to you, because the value for money is obviously one of your bugbears, quite rightly.
Thank you very much for your question, Andrew. And you're right what you say about taxes. Taxes are now at a 70-year high. And at the same time, public services are on their knees. People are paying more and more and yet getting less and less in return. So we do need to crack down on the waste. We've made the commitment not to increase income tax or national insurance at all in the next Parliament. We would like it to be lower, but I'm not going to make any commitment around tax or spending without being able to say exactly where the money comes from. That's really important, that we have those tough fiscal rules, that we won't make any commitments that aren't fully costed and fully funded. But that means, as you say, Andrew, we've got to get a grip of public spending and crack down on waste. One of the things that has angered me most in this Parliament is the billions and billions of pounds handed out during the pandemic to companies that didn't deliver on the contracts. And I don't know about what happens at Airbus, but I bet that when you sign a contract, if you don't get what you put in that contract, you do everything in your power to get your money back. And that is what government should be doing on contracts that didn't deliver during the pandemic. And I've said that we would set up a COVID corruption commissioner to get every penny back that we can from those contracts that didn't deliver, because that money belongs in our public services, not in the pockets of people that didn't deliver on contracts that they promised. And more widely on procurement, we've got to get value for money. As I say, people are paying more and more in tax, getting less and less in return. So we need to look from the bottom up of everything that government spends its money on and make sure, as Keir says, we treat public money with respect once again and get value for money for it.
Let's have another question, and I'll look around the place. Yes, young lady there with the... Yep, please. And if we're not going to a part of the room and you feel you're being ignored, please shout out or get our attention.
Hi, my name's Emma. I've been working here for about 5 years now. What are your thoughts on Rishi Sunak's proposed plan to strip GPs of their power to sign people off work? A plan that's been labelled unbelievably damaging and unhelpful by leading disability charities.
Well, look, I think Rishi Sunak is putting out a lot of ideas now which are pretty desperate stuff. Almost every day he rummages around in the sort of toy box of possible ideas and flings one.
That's the third time he's used that line, just from what we've seen on stream.
On the table, and yesterday we had national service for teenagers, or teenage dad's army, which is apparently his suggestion of the way forward. Today we've had something on pensions, but no funding for it, which goes back to Rachel's point about making sure that everything you say is fully costed and fully funded. On the question of sort of bypassing GPs, I think he's going down the wrong track. Now, there are many people, I would acknowledge, who are not in work at the moment, who want to be back in work, in fairness to them, but they don't feel supported back into work. And I think they should be supported back into work, sometimes because of physical health or mental health. They've got, they're not absolutely confident that they can go back into the workplace. Very many good employers, and I've seen this in practice, are running schemes to help people come back to work so that they can actually contribute, which is what they want to do, and help build our economy. So I think that there are positive, sensible, grown-up things that we can do to help. But what we've got to get away from, and you're going to see a lot of it in this election, I think, is desperate ideas from the Tories. I mean, after 14 years, they're rummaging around.
I mean, to be fair, the answer was fine, like saying we need to encourage people to help them back into work rather than be draconian. That is at least a meaningful difference in terms of the approach to the amount of people who are off sick, for example. Well, we didn't really answer the question on, do you support the idea of GPs no longer being able to sign people off sick and it going to this independent body on the side who are definitely not from Capita or G4S, who get to decide who is sick and who isn't, not on medical expertise, but on whether or not they have a certain amount of a quota of people to be able to sanction or whatever. You didn't really answer that question, which I guess is a mark off the bingo card.
For anything to fling on the table to try and get a bit of attention. National service for teenagers is just so badly thought through. The first question is bound to be, well, how are you going to enforce it? What happens if someone says no, to which they couldn't give an answer? I mean, if you haven't even thought to question one, you haven't thought it through, and we're going to see a lot of that. Thank you very much. Where else should we go?
Just didn't answer the question, really. Like it was fine that he didn't say we want to do draconian crackdowns, which seems to be like one of the main kind of mainstays of Labour Party policy at the moment. So I'm glad that he avoided that, but no real answer to the real question that was asked.
I can just about see you.
That's all right. My name's Will.
Will.
Hey, yeah, Will. I'm a graduate engineer here at Airbus. I work on spacecraft, so I'm currently working on lunar mission planning.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
It is fantastic, by the way, thank you for letting us come to your workplace, because this, for me and for Rachel, is really uplifting to be able to come and see what you're doing, some of the most incredible engineering and design and build in the world. And to be able to come and see it is brilliant. And you can't do it through a briefing. So over to you.
It's true.
Yo, I want to go pull his pants down and throw his cock here. Come on, give it some welly this time.
Exciting.
That's great.
Based on my experience as an engineer, I've noticed that my peers in countries like the US and Germany often enjoy higher salaries and better career prospects. Given the global economic differences and existing efforts, what specific steps would a Labour government take to increase investment in UK aerospace, improve professional recognition for engineers, and ensure our pay and opportunities are competitive on a global scale? Thank you.
Well,
have you considered joining a trade union? Just a thought, mate. You'd have thought actually that a really specified and specialised vocation, like being an aerospace engineer, would be like the first sector to get unionized. I guess more union powers, but depends on if he is a member of a union. But the problem is that if Keir says to him, well, are you a member of a union? And he says yes, or he says no. Like if he says yes, then, that gets into this, oh, you Starmer, friend of the unions, from the media, which they desperately want to avoid, even though they should be championing it. And if he says no, then he just goes, well, your fault, mate. Just join a union. Or they could use that as a learning point. If it was a proper, Labour politician, he could say, are you a member of a trade union? They go, no. I'm like, well, the best way for workers to be protected in the workplace and to properly be remunerated for the work that they do is to have a proper collective bargaining agreement with their employer, which comes from having a recognised trade union. So what I would recommend to you is that we've got these new trade union laws that make collective bargaining easier. If we were going to reverse the Thatcher ones, which we're not going to do so. But you could join a trade union, take advantage of our new collective bargaining laws to get the best deal that you can for the hard and skilled work that you personally do. But of course he won't say this, because that's scary leftism. But he's a socialist, remember? Oral case for socialism.
I will say a few words, then I'll pass to Rachel, because she made a speech this morning all about investment. My strong view is that there is investment to be made here in space projects, in defence projects, in the work that you're doing. I strongly believe that, and we've had lots of discussions with those that want to invest in the United Kingdom. When we ask them, well, why aren't you investing at the moment? The answer they most often give is
stability.
Because it's too chaotic. There's too much chopping and changing. And the idea of having sort of 5 prime ministers in the last government, 6 chancellors, 7 chancellors. I mean, it's politically funny, and you might think, well, Keir, you're leader of the opposition. Surely it's great for you if the government's all over the place with, 4 budgets in 1 year. 4 chancellors, I think, in the course of 1 year. You might think, well, as leader of the opposition, that's great because the government is chaotic. But it's really bad for the country. It's really bad for investment because guess what? People who are serious about investment are not going to put it into an environment where they don't think things are calm and stable. And that's why the number one thing on investment is providing the
stability.
Environment, the stable economy that we need, with a clear vision for the future and a plan that we stick to. Yeah. So if you say you're going to support this sector, then you've got to be doing that not just for 6 months.
Talk about workers' rights, Keir. The most popular policy that you have that now you've ditched the 28 billion is literally your workers' rights. Talk about the workers' rights. He asked you about his own personal career prospects and his fair pay. Talk about your new working people thing, which doesn't really exist in a proper form anyway. But you could have said it. You could have had this position to fall back on if it didn't have more holes in it than a block of Swiss cheese.
Or 12 months and then change your mind, or try and change the timelines. You've got to stick with it for the long term. And so I think government plays a really important role in this. Final thing I'll say, and then we'll go to Rachel, is it's also about partnership. People know if there's a partnership between Airbus and the government. They know whether that's working. Is the government pulling its weight? Does it understand what you're trying to do here? And are we fully behind it? Out there in the world, people watch that, they see it. And in other countries, they observe that partnership, and we want to build that partnership here. But Rachel gave a speech this morning about investment, so I'll just pass over to her on some more of the detail.
Well, thanks very much for that question, Will. The number one commitment that I gave in the speech earlier today was to bring stability back to the economy, because stability is what families need to plan for the future, but also, crucially, it is what businesses need to make long-term investment. And we now have the lowest investment as a share of GDP than any country in the G7. And one of the reasons why wages have not kept up with comparable countries is that we're not investing enough in Britain. And the state of the public finances mean that it's not going to be a load of public investment. Frankly, if I become Chancellor in a few weeks' time, I'm not going to have that luxury. So it's going to be about what government can do to leverage in private sector investment. Stability has got to come first, but we've also committed to a modern industrial strategy that we write in partnership with business. And sectors like defence and space, as well as pharmaceuticals and zero carbon technologies, they are some of the areas where there is huge potential in the UK because of our industrial heritage, because of our geography, because of our great universities and the skills that we already have. And so we would want to focus with a laser focus on the sectors where we already have a comparative
See, we missed out on laser focus yesterday. At least we get it today.
Advantage, but where there is a lot of competition and where we think there is growth potential. And this is definitely one of those sectors. So stability, a plan for investment, a modern industrial strategy, and also reform of the apprenticeship levy so that it works better for business.
See, didn't mention the New Deal for working people. Again, because they've cut it up. They could have used it. If they hadn't, they could have used it. They want more pay, join a union, but they didn't do it.
And also works better for young people and people who want to retrain and get the skills that they need to succeed in the world of work. But in the end, it's got to be more of a partnership approach. In the last few years, it felt like government and business have been pulling in different directions. And I said in my speech today that if I'm Chancellor in a few weeks' time, it will be the most pro-growth treasury this country has ever seen. Because unless we can grow the economy, we're not going to be able to boost wages, we're not going to be able to improve living standards, and we would have failed. So being pro-growth, being pro-business is about ensuring that we can lift wages, end the cost of living crisis, and give our country its future back.
And well, finally on this, we need to
By the way, we're going for 3.5 hours now, so I'm putting in the hard yards for election season. So we're going to have every day, every stream is going to be at least 4 hours long. I'm going to hope to at least do 4 hours. During like the run up to the election season, I'm probably going to go from 2 p.m. until 9 p.m. every day. So if you do want to help support the stream, keep it going for all of the hard work that I'm going to be doing. Remember, you can, of course, subscribe on Twitch or become a member on YouTube or gift memberships to help support the stream. It is never expected, but always appreciated.
The government needs to be a champion of what we do in this country. What you do here is fantastic. We need to be out there as ambassadors for that across the world, winning the trade into this country and rolling up our sleeves and doing it. We have a lot to be really proud of. We're really good at stuff in this country, but you need a government that's out there absolutely advocating for it. Where should we go next? Is there a part of the room yet that we haven't been to?
My name's... Hi, I'm Hazel Wood. I'm a project manager and I've been here for 27 years.
27 years, wow. Hazel, that's great.
So one thing, following on from the question, one thing I'm very passionate outside of engineering and space is education and inspiring our next generation. So one of the things I do in my spare time, I'm a school governor, so I'm interested on what your thoughts are.
Primary school or secondary school?
Both. I'm in on an academy trust, so I'm interested what your next steps of Labour for academies, free schools and for multi-academy trusts.
Okay, well, look, thank you for raising that. As the father of a boy who's just doing his GCSEs, I've got a lot of focus.
It feels like a planted question, given that she said, what your first steps, when they'd already announced their first steps, which included these funding for extra teachers. This feels like a planted question to me.
Focus on education at the moment. We need to do some basics when it comes to education, and then we need to do some changes. The basics are making sure we've got the right teachers, particularly in our secondary schools. One of the things I'm most frustrated, to put it politely, about is that we've got a Prime Minister who keeps going on about maths till 18, but we haven't got enough maths teachers for our children up to age 16 in our secondary schools. That is just not good enough. Because if you're missing a key teacher, the age that my son is now 15, or 16, or, you know, at that secondary school, if you're missing it, that's not just something that went wrong for a year or two. For that child, that's their whole education affected for the rest of their life. Because we all know, I'm drilling it into my boy, if your GCSEs matter for what you want to do next. And so it's a stepping stone. So we've got to fill that gap. We need 6,500 more state secondary school teachers. And so we're going to invest in that by getting rid of the tax break for...
Bored already. Not interesting. It was about to end anyway. Yeah, true academies were always fucked. It was a stupid system. Yeah, it's just the same shit over and over and over again. Oh shit! Politics Joe interviewed the Jam Man. Well, I'll save that for tomorrow. Oh, and we've got James O'Brien to laugh at on Who Broke Britain from the news agents we can watch tomorrow as well. Oh, we've got a load of shit to watch tomorrow, chat. Right, sorry. Nigel Farage time. We've got to talk about him. Like, the reason specifically, right? Let me find the clip. Just gonna check my Twitter notifications first of all. This is it. So Nigel Farage has been doing the rounds since on Sunday. He essentially did a bunch of scaremongering on Trevor Phillips, specifically around the idea that Muslims were like a country in a country that had values different from everybody else in the country, which I don't think is necessarily true. Like, I will kind of break with the lefty tradition here and say that I do think we need to think about the idea there are probably people of certain faiths who do have kind of different opinions on queer and women's rights, for example, but no, they never make it part of their political projects. When he says things like, well, they don't share our values, he's not talking about those things, because actually a lot of the right-wing conservative Christian types also agree with fundamentalist, or not even necessarily fundamentalists, but kind of religious Muslims on things like queer and women's rights, for example, because they're also just conservatives, broadly are conservatives. What he's mentioning is foreign policy. What he's talking about specifically is foreign policy. In the interview on Trevor Phillips on Sunday, Nigel Farage specifically talks about this idea that Muslims are supporters of Hamas, even though that's not even true, and that we can see what happens on every Saturday. The reason why they don't share our values is because they're chanting about a free Palestine, when actually that is the British value. The supermajority of this country think Israel's committed war crimes. There should be an immediate ceasefire on both of those questions, right? Like, the British values are indeed pro-Palestinian, Nigel Farage. You are the one who differs on this particular issue. The idea that they're somehow not part of the British public's opinion is just wrong. You're completely wrong. And this, again, just the Swiller Braverman painting them as hate marches, trying to scare the little Englanders into thinking that the country is going to the dogs because people are against a genocide from happening and are protesting about it in London. Because, again, he's not talking about, for example, the people I genuinely have criticisms for, like the Muslim parents who protested against the Birmingham school for teaching sex ed. I'm like, if you don't like it, there's the door, mate. Go and teach your kids at home if you don't want them learning about sex. Like, this is how sex education works in the UK. You can like it or lump it. And I'm very glad to have you here if you agree with that. Lovely to have you here. I welcome the additional kind of cultural values that we get, the additional kind of cultural differences that we have in people coming here, or people who are from previous immigrant backgrounds who are then grown up here, for example. But if you don't want to share the values of what kids get taught in school, like then you can teach your kids at home, or you can not be here to do it. Like, that's very fine for me, for example. Either way, that's not what Nigel Farage is talking about, because he also hates the progressive stuff that gets taught in school. He agrees with the kind of protesting parents. He's talking about foreign policy, Western imperialism. This is the British value that Nigel Farage talks about. It's what Reform UK talk about, who he is the president of. When they talk about British values being undermined by Muslims, for example, they're talking about Western chauvinism. They're talking about imperialism. They're talking about nationalism. That's what they're talking about specifically. Or you support Palestine. Well, you don't support Western colonialism in the region of Palestine. Therefore, you're anti-British values. When Lee Anderson says, I want to have my country back, i.e. he wants to have a world in which imperial nostalgia is the ideology du jour. That's what he wants. He wants to have a world in which we support Israel committing genocide because they're the white people who we support militarily and who are our allies. There is no reasonable decision that can be made in support of Palestine because they're from the wrong side. They're not our allies, therefore we don't support them. It's as simple as that. And young people who he feels are being indoctrinated into Marxism, no, we just look at the genocide happening and we disagree with it. It's why the people from all backgrounds are joining people who are also from the Muslim faith, who are marching on the streets of London wanting an end to the genocide in Palestine. Like, it's as simple as that. And that's what he's talking about by not sharing British values, which is imperialist propaganda. Because he is an imperialist. He's an imperial nostalgist. It's what these, English nationalist types in the kind of the Boris Johnson, Nigel Farage wing of politics care about. And things took a real kind of surreal turn in an interview that he gave after a speech that he said. I mean, you can even see the kind of line that he's going for with Rishi can't stop the boats, for example. Listen to this thing. Honestly, it beggars belief. It beggars belief. It really does.
You've been criticised
I know, for years.
Specifically by Jewish and Muslim groups over the years for using Islamophobic and anti-Semitic dog whistles.
What, both? I've done both.
Look,
so everyone hates me. I'm like Millwall Football Club, aren't I?
On a serious note, Nigel, people across the country are really proud of British values that are accepting of people of different faiths. Mm-hmm. So why should voters trust you? Why should they bother voting for you?
Look, as you say, you can't call me Islamophobic and anti-Semitic in the same sentence.
And see, then just a bunch of people laughing in the background. Ha, isn't it funny, this idea that he can be anti-Semitic and Islamophobic at the same time? This is crazy, right? This is literally crazy, where we are looking at something as important as the denigration of different ethnic and religious groups, or ethno-religious groups in the case of Jewish people, and saying, oh, well, these people they're at odds with each other. You know what Muslims refer to Jewish people as, right? Do you know what Muslims refer to Jews as? People of the book. People of the Abrahamic religions, right? They are people who share broadly the same kind of faith, but with different interpretations, essentially. The Muslims have always generally supported Jewish people. This idea that somehow, this is like some kind of existential fight that you're on one side of, rather than you can just be a British nationalist who's bigoted against both. And the fact that he's trying to frame it as some kind of culture war between Muslims and Jews, as if these are like intractable enemies which you have to choose a side for. No. He has said bigoted things against both of these groups of people, saying that Jewish lobby controls many parts of the United States. That's something that he said, whilst also saying Islamophobic things the whole time, right? Part of that wing of politics in the UK, especially the comments he made over the weekend. And again, the thing that actually kind of that brought these kind of communities to a head is the state of Israel. It's the state of Israel that's the problem. There was no problem between Muslims and the people of the book until the Zionists came over and started colonizing. That's the point. He can't even extricate his own personal failures in terms of his own anti-Semitic tropes that he has repeated continually as well. On top of his well-known Islamophobia, he can't unwrap this from his own personal pro-Western, pro-imperialist politics of supporting the Zionist project in Palestine and the genocide that he clearly also supports as well. And everyone just laughs along as well. It's ingrained in our politics now that there's some kind of intractable conflict between Jews and Muslims that doesn't exist. That doesn't fucking exist. Yeah, anti-Semitism is a European disease. It was born in Europe. Europeans were the one who committed the gravest crimes of humanity's existence against the Jewish people in Europe. The Balfour Declaration was signed by a man who wanted the Jews gone from our country because he didn't think they would be able to live in Britain properly. They wouldn't assimilate culturally to British people. The same thing he's saying now about Muslims was said by the anti-Semite Lord Balfour when he signed the Declaration to try and get the Jews to clear off the Palestine. This is the birth of these problems. It's the creation of the Zionist entity, right? But our politics is so fucked. It's so far gone that he's literally thinking, oh no, this is two sides of the coin here. How can I be both anti-Semitic and Islamophobic at the same time? I clearly support the state of Israel. Therefore, how can I be anti-Semitic? And I'm just like, well, yeah, because you're trying to treat Israel as a proxy for the entirety of the global Jewish community, which doesn't necessarily all support the state of Israel. Especially not in its genocidal war against the Palestinians. Genocide is not a fucking Jewish value, you prick. And here you are, trying to equate these two things. It's crazy how much imperial nostalgia breaks these people's brains so that it forms every single facet of their political engagement. Honestly, this is the craziest clip. There was even a clip of him on, I think it was Good Morning Britain this morning. Let me find it. Well, literally, Gita Guru Murthy has had to apologise on air to Nigel Farage for claiming he used inflammatory language. He obviously did. What the hell? What world are we living in? This is crazy. Yeah, Adam Bienkov puts it right. It tells you everything you need to know about British politics and media, that the only person to ever had to apologise for Nigel Farage's long history of inflammatory and racist comments is a journalist who accurately reported them as such. Honestly crazy. Let me find the clip from Good Morning Britain. Yeah, he's him talking about like the young Muslims not subscribing to British values. This is what I mean. Like, he talks about them specifically in an Israel-Palestine context. Again, because people who are fundamentally religious usually agree with each other on a lot of social policy, right? So he's not talking about those issues that I, have my doubts about, certain groups of people who might be against those things, even though it's only really small amount of Muslims who've been outspoken about it. Most Muslims in their political interactions, most of them, they will vote based upon foreign policy, and they'll say, well, no, we will support Labour, for example. They did for a very long time. They may disagree with us on social policy, but, part of Sharia is living upon the laws of the land that you are on, for example. But that shouldn't preclude things like war crimes. But listen to what he says here.
One of the biggest polls that we could find that's been done on this, it was by Ipsos Mori. They analysed a shed load of polls that have been done on British Muslims in recent years, and they found absolutely conclusively that Muslims in the UK, living here in the UK, attach more importance on being British than do the general population. 85% feel that they truly belong to Britain. 55% say that their national identity as British is very important to them, and that compares to 44% of the general population. So I'm bound to ask, what on earth were you talking about there?
All right, should we get some context first? What I said was a growing number of young people do not subscribe to British values. In fact, despise in many ways British values. And what I was talking about, and by the way, every one of your viewers would have seen just a few weeks ago the local elections where in parts of our inner cities we saw sectarian politics, people voting purely on religious lines, councillors getting elected in Leeds and Burnley and elsewhere screaming Allahu Akbar, or things like we're coming to get you. Now that, I think, was very, very disquieting.
Again, literally, the whole of this conversation, literally all of this conversation here is not about fundamental personal values. It's about support for imperialism in Palestine. That's it. These people say, actually, genocide is bad. Whoop, no British values. I'm sorry, Nigel. I don't want to live in a Britain where genocide is a British value.
The most recent polling on this was done by JL Partners, a very reputable company. And this is what it showed, and this is what I'm worried about. It showed that 23% of 18 to 24-year-old young Muslims living in Britain think that jihad is a good thing. Now, that, of course, is not a British value in any way at all, and that's a...
Jihad just means holy war. It means a holy struggle. It doesn't necessarily mean terrorism or supporting Hamas or whatever.
Very, very disturbing trend. It's particularly prevalent amongst the young. We have a problem, and just to say it's Islamophobic or it's this or it's that is to ignore the fact.
Criticised. You say it's a reputable company, but it's been criticised as being a self-selecting poll, that people were basically drawn in through a series of clicks, and by the time they got to register their opinion, they'd already made their minds up. It was a kind of self-selecting, as I say. You also said in the interview, didn't you, that you could take anyone to a particular street or two in Oldham, and there would be nobody living on that street who spoke English. Well, again, that's just not true. The Office of National Statistics.
Hang on. Also, we have to ring the real journalism alert bell. Richard Madeley's doing he's done a journalism. A journalism has occurred on stream again, actually questioning him for the veracity of his claims. What an absolute turnout for the books.
Hang on. Just let me finish. The Office of National Statistics say that only 0.7% of people in Oldham don't speak English. That's less than 1 in 100.
Okay. So why is Naz Shah, the Labour MP, for Bradford, doing a big message, a big shout-out to her voters yesterday in a foreign language? And I'll quote you from The Guardian, if you like.
Helen Pidd was the northern correspondent of The Guardian, and she described in the Oldham by-election a few years back, she said, I walked down the street, not a single person spoke English. Very few could identify Jeremy Corbyn, but all were voting Labour. That was The Guardian, saying there was a whole street in which no one spoke English.
Yeah, it's true. It's almost like Helen Pidd deliberately wanted to undermine Jeremy Corbyn personally.
Look, we can argue about numbers. We can argue about stats. What I am saying is undoubtedly true, and that is that we have a growing number of young people in our country who not only don't subscribe to our values, they openly support Hamas and other organizations.
Again, no evidence for any support for Hamas here. He's not even defined British values. Again, the only angle that he has for British values is support for British imperialism.
Organisations that we prescribe as being terrorists. That is a serious situation, and it's worthy of a proper debate without...
Yeah, they've not produced any stats showing that there's loads of young people who support Hamas. Unless, of course, what he actually means is young people support Palestine. But of course, you know, the dirty Muslims in Palestine, according to Nigel Farage, must all be terrorists who all support Hamas. Again, victims of British imperialism, because again, the only metric he cares about is support for British imperialism. It's the only value he cares about, because otherwise he would outwardly say what those values are to try and undermine that. But of course he doesn't, because he knows if he tries to say it, it'll be about our specific interest in foreign policy from a British imperialist perspective.
Without name-calling.
But it's undoubted that there...
Like, honestly, it's the man's... It beggars belief, the kind of rhetoric that we're getting into, but he's allowed to do this because of the Suella Braverman hate marches stuff. Because again, you know, these are people who share the British values of the people. The supermajority of us who want a ceasefire, the supermajority of us who think that Israel's committed war crimes, the majority of us now, who even after the events of October the 7th, sympathise more with Palestinians throughout this conflict than with Israel. Like, I'm sorry, we are the ones who create the values. The values are shifting constantly and dependent upon the population as it is now, not what you wish it was or what it was 40 years ago, Nigel. And we support Palestine now, mate. You've lost. You know? Get over it. He's standing next to the sea in the UK and somehow is more full of shit, literally. Don't his daughters speak German? Yeah, literally. All of this terminology is used so much more widely than a lot of people realise, but like the Allahu Akbar thing. Oh yeah, exactly. Or like words like intifada or what's the word for martyr? Is it sharif? Or am I misremembering my Arabic? Either way, like people will say things like jihad and Allahu Akbar and intifada and all of these kind of things, as if they're all terrorist phrases. Well, no, they're just words that... Shahid, that's the one, yeah. Shahid is a martyr, right? But martyr is just anybody who dies in the in the struggle for a cause. And so people who get killed by... Even people who get killed by Israel in peacetime are martyrs for the Palestinian people, for example. But again, of course, you know, the Muslims are scary bad people, according to Nigel Farage. That's it. What a prick. Actually, there was an interesting interview with the Green councillor.
One of the biggest polls that we could find that's been done on this.
There was an interview with the guy who's called Mitten Ali, who said Allahu Akbar after getting elected. He was interviewed by Novara Media, apparently. I've not read it yet. It should be interesting, though. It's like we don't say, like, thank God all the time, even as atheists. Well, yeah, exactly. 100%, 100%. Well, again, like, you know, words like intifada were used by secular Palestinians. Like, that's not a Muslim thing. That was an Arabic thing. That was a Palestinian thing. The description of the first and second intifadas, which were both specifically, organised by secularists. Oh yeah, I remember Omar Sharif. He was in a bunch of like the Yeah, I remember the ones you mean, yeah. He was Egyptian, wasn't he? But heaven forbid anyone murder, alhamdulillah, bismillah, inshallah, I know, right? Although to be fair, Joe Biden did say inshallah during the debate, so hope he does it again. The thing is that, again, he says all young people, especially young Muslims, don't support British values or hate British values, even though there's no evidence for this. But of course, what he hates, what Nigel Farage really hates, is the internationalism of young people in this country, especially obviously people who have connections to other countries as well, from heritage or whatever. And that, because of our access to social media, we're connected all around the world with people we never would have seen, right? Like, for example, there's a TikToker I follow called The Golden Balance, who does cooking videos. And he's from Syria, so he cooks a lot of Arabic food. And at the end of every video, he says, "Now, Bismillah." Which I think, it's a nice little bit of kind of cultural, stuff that you get access to from a global application. He's an American Syrian, but, like, if it wasn't for social media, we would never interact with these people. And of course, Nigel Farage grew up just only knowing the Whitey of Blighty. So yeah, I've just honestly, man's fucked. We worry the far right with the one to benefit for Labour fail to make material change. Well, it's why we have to build. It's why we have to build the movement for the Green Party now. It's why we have to build a progressive coalition outside the Labour Party now to catch the pieces when they fall and to provide a real left-wing alternative. Otherwise, the only people to fill the void will be the far right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that's true. You like help. Yeah, I mean, inshallah is really easy to say as well. I quite like saying it. Me too. Hey, thank you, Joseph McDowell, with the 5 gifted. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. It's been a good stream. I feel like I can definitely get through 4-hour streams a day now, so I'm pretty happy about that. Got plenty of content to make some segments out of later on today, at the very least, and for tomorrow as well. YouTube viewers, I'll definitely raid you into Novara Media at 6, so don't worry, we'll definitely be going there as soon as they start up. How did my holiday go? Oh, it went really well. I came 20th out of 810 at the European Magic Regionals, so I'm qualified for the Pro Tour, qualified for the next European Regionals. I got a bunch of goodies and $1,200 in prizes that have not been sent by Wizards yet. I don't know if I'll get taxed on that though. Like, if we have a tax treaty with the US, I know we do because I get paid from the US as well. Like, if we have a tax treaty, does that account for prize money taxes? Do I still not get taxed on prize money for if I'm being given a prize by an American company? I have no idea how these things work. I've never won a prize like this, like a Magic tournament before. So we'll see. But the holiday went really well, and we are now a Magic the Gathering pro player in the most loosest of terminologies. Pro Justice MTG, yeah, very true. Cheers, Popey, appreciate you as always. You got taxed on your GP winnings from Manchester, that one? You took few weeks to come through. Oh, okay. Well, if it's only weeks, that's not too long at the very least, but I'd rather not get taxed on it if at all possible, but I'll have to have a look online and see. Demand is paid in hamburgers? Then I got to pay hamburger tax. Are pro points still a thing? No, unfortunately not. It's really hard. It's way harder to stay on the Pro Tour nowadays. Once you qualify, like, unless you get the right place on the Pro Tour, there's no way of accruing points to stay on the Pro Tour. If you don't finish in the top half of the Pro Tour, whatever it is, or day 2 or the top 36, whatever it is, the Pro Tour, if you don't qualify, you have to go back to your RCQs again. You have to go back to your regionals, and you have to qualify again in the same way. It's like last year's world champion is now not on the Pro Tour. That's how difficult it is to get on and stay on. Right, Mithril, how you doing? Good to see you. What's my thing for my headphones gone? Don't know. Either way, I appreciate everyone sticking around today. Appreciate all of the gifts, all of the subs, all of the bits, all of the memberships. You've all been very, very generous. It's much appreciated. I'll be back tomorrow. Oh yeah, Geoguess is crazy world champions. I love that shit. I love Zigzag and GeoWizard for Geoguess content. I'll definitely be back tomorrow. I've got loads of stuff to cover tomorrow afternoon at the very least, which should be good fun. I've got some editing to do this evening, which should be definitely not very tilting because I hate editing, but we'll see. YouTubers, they are getting raided into Novara Media, which is just about to start over on at 6 p.m. So we'll just wait around until they're started. Twitch viewers, let's see who's live on Twitch. Who can we raid into on Twitch? Oh, Ugopnik is live. We'll raid into Ugopnik. It's been I'll return the favor by throwing back the massive raid that he gave me before, which was really, really appreciated from him. Don't burn myself out. I mean, I've had loads of time off. I've had 5 days off in Naples playing Magic, and then I've got another week planned in Zante with my parents, my family, the week before the election. So we'll have plenty of breaks during the election period. So I hopefully shouldn't burn out, but I'll try and make sure I make plenty of content, trying to make the most of the election period, because we're going to need every single hand on deck and every single voice in the crowd to be able to try and move the dial over on where the politics is going in this country. So I'm not going to be, I will be endeavouring not to down tools and put as much time as we can into getting this election covered, because it's going to be important. But I appreciate all of the support, everybody who's contributed today. I will look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Same start time, probably 2 p.m. at the very least, possibly even earlier if I can get away with it, so we can get loads of content in the morning. Probably just 2 p.m. though. And I will be there or be square. Take care, stay safe, and always, as always, free Palestine. And I will see you tomorrow.